Chapter 271. Refined Teeth opened his eyes wide and kept flipping through it. He browsed through 10 lines at a glance. Looking at the shocking secret technique in the shape-shifting secrets, Refined Teeth's chest heaved up and down. He was extremely excited. Is this really for me? Refined Teeth raised his head and stared at Lin Feng. The human in front of him seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye, but why did this executioner have some inexplicable compassion? Of course, the secret manual is in your hands. Lin Feng smiled casually. To him, this shape-shifting secrets was not very useful. Back then, he only bought it casually to read. But to the Black Mist Demon Dragon clan, or rather to the magical beasts, the shape-shifting secrets was extremely precious. Any magical beast had to go through the path of shape-shifting before they could step into a higher level. Refined Teeth's eyes were bright and his heart was racing. This shape-shifting secrets recorded in detail how magical beasts could advance to the realm of shape-shifting after they reached the 7th level. The 1st level, the 2nd level, and even the 3rd level has a 100% success rate. Refined Teeth was shocked and in disbelief. This secret technique, passed down by the ancestors of the Black Mist Demon Dragon clan, could shapeshift as long as their strength reached the 7th level. The 1st, 2nd, and even the 3rd and 4th level could be forcefully broken through, but the success rate, just by looking at the ancestral tomb, one could tell. And this was only a portion of the ancestral bones. The older ones had already turned into ashes. But now, with this shape-shifting secrets, Refined Teeth's hands were trembling. It was indeed as the human in front of him said. To the Black Mist Demon Dragon clan, this was more than just a grace of rebirth. It was practically a rebirth from the ashes. What did this mean? As long as the Black Mist Demon Dragon reached the 7th level, it could at least shape-shift to the 3rd level. In other words, he was at his current level. Oh my God! Even with Refined Teeth's rich experience, he was extremely shocked at this moment. How much could this small, shape-shifting secrets increase the strength of the Black Mist Demon Dragon clan? 10 times? 100 times? Looking at Lin Feng, Refined Teeth's expression was completely different. At this moment, in his eyes, there was no longer any hatred. Human, you have obtained the friendship of the Black Mist Demon Dragon clan. Refined Teeth nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. At this moment, the enmity between the two sides because of a small secret manual, it vanished into thin air. Tianwu continent. The flames of war swirled in the air, and everything was in chaos. The magical beasts crazily charged into the martial heaven continent, and the cities and houses on the borders were destroyed. Even a medium-sized city like the Firmament City could not escape this fate. The huge city was destroyed by the demonic beasts and turned into ruins. That place was in shambles. Shattered rocks were scattered all over the ground. It was an incomparably striking sight. Not a single tile remained. This scene was very similar to the ruins of or outside the Cloud Sun City. Many demonic beasts were roaring, playing, and acting recklessly. Without the protection of warriors, the empty Firmament City had become a paradise for demon beasts. Most of the residents had already left through the teleportation array, but there were still many who couldn't leave. The soldier-level magical beasts used their sensitive noses to grab one pale-faced human after another from the ground and from the dilapidated warehouses. They were either killed directly or swallowed. It was a tragic sight. The terrifying thing about the demonic beast rampage was that they would not let any human go. It was like a prairie fire. Everywhere it passed, not even a blade of grass could survive. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. In many other places, in many other cities, there were even more brutal incidents. With the sacrifice of the commander, the demonic beast finally exploded. Sky City. In the Round Table Conference, only half of the 8 great leaders were left. The commander's sacrifice, the Moon Empress's imprisonment, Qi Yan's disappearance, and Zhu Padi's withdrawal had caused Sky City to lose some of their spirit and fighting spirit. But Huang Meng, Laughing Buddha, and Tianqing did not give up. Lan, Yu, Lei Li, and the others had used actions to show their determination. They swore to live and die with the humans. If this continues, the situation will only get worse. Laughing Buddha frowned. Since noon, with the addition of the 8th batch of demonic beasts, the speed of destruction has doubled. Tianqing's eyes sparkled. Damn it, I'll fight it out with them. Huang Meng roared. The demonic beast rampage was focused on the 5 Great Sects Alliance. Now more than half of the alliance had been destroyed. How could Huang Meng not be furious? But although Ziyao's face was serious, she was still calm. There were still 4 hours before the morning of the 15th of August. Ziyao, we can't delay any longer. Tianqing's eyes were burning. When the 9th batch of demonic beasts arrives, the strength of the demonic beasts' army will be extremely shocking. By then, we won't have a chance. Every morning, there would be a batch of demonic beasts attacking. Until now, there had been 2 batches of demonic beasts' army. Under the leadership of the Dragon Clan, the demonic beasts were crushing the Tianwu continent. Do you have a better idea? Ziyao asked. No matter what, it's better than waiting here for a so-called Lin Feng. Huang Meng's face was red. He said angrily, I don't understand why you have so much confidence in Lin Feng. Look at the situation now. How can you place your hopes on these illusory things? Even Lan and you were a little doubtful. Indeed, Ziyao's decision was hard to understand. Was Lin Feng really that powerful? The pressure was very heavy. Ziyao not only had to face the pressure here, but also the pressure of the entire Tianwu continent. At this moment, she deeply felt that it was not easy for the commander. This man, for a promise, had carried the Tianwu continent on his shoulders for 300 years, without any complaints. And now, bad news came one after another. Thundercloud County collapsed. Skyscraping County collapsed. The demonic beast attacks were getting faster and more frequent. They greedily launched wave after wave of attacks. Tianwu continent's 4 great imperial cities, 16 counties. Until now, more than 8 counties had fallen. It was equivalent to more than 1/3 of Tianwu continent being invaded by demonic beasts. How shocking was that? In less than a day, there was such a shocking efficiency. The demonic beast's army's attack was extremely shocking. And now, the invasion was still going on. Time passed by minute. The crowd continued to wait. Burning with anxiety, everyone's face was full of anxiety and uneasiness. And now, as time slowly approached, it was finally the 15th of August. Dang! A bell rang in Sky City. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly. And now, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the huge light screen. It pierced through the clouds. The shocking sound was even more terrifying than the previous demonic beasts. The 4th Dragon Clan appeared. The 9th wave of demonic beasts' army arrived. Ziyao looked at the fluorescent compass in her left hand, but it still did not light up. Her heart was slightly heavy. Lindigo, why aren't you back yet? Ziyao was very anxious. She pursed her red lips, but she was under a lot of pressure. And then, bang, Huang Meng stood up, his eyes focused. I can't wait any longer. Huang Meng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In the light screen, one of the demonic beasts' army was advancing toward the 5 Origins Royal City, one of the 4 great royal cities. They would arrive in less than 15 minutes. This was the last base of the 5 Major Sects Alliance. 1/4 of the humans who had evacuated were gathered here. 1/4 of the humans on the Tianwu continent were gathered here. If the 5 Origins Royal City was invaded by the demonic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's fight. The laughing Buddha stood up. Agreed. Tianqing nodded. Indeed, the humans had no way out. They could not watch the 5 Origins Royal City be destroyed. If that happened, the casualties would not only be 1/4 of the humans, but also humanity's last fighting spirit. Lanhe looked at Ziyao, waiting for her final decision. That incomparably beautiful face flickered with a faint luster. Ziyao sighed softly, her slender eyelashes fluttering. She also understood that there was no other choice. Her eyes instantly lit up. Gather all the human warriors and march into the 5 Origins Royal City. Let's fight to the death. Xiao's voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with a shocking fighting spirit. Black Mist, Demonic Dragon Valley. Many thanks. Lin Feng nodded at Refined Teeth. I'm just returning the favor. Refined Teeth revealed a rare smile. If there's a chance, I'll be back. Lin Feng extended his hand and shook Refined Teeth's hand. A man and a dragon. They became friends after a fight. To Lin Feng, having another friend was naturally better than having another enemy. Refined Teeth smiled and nodded. All right. See you next time. I hope your transformation goes smoothly, Patriarch Refined Teeth. Lin Feng smiled faintly and opened a spatial teleportation gate. This was a one-time use item that cost 5 million starlight points. Although it was rather extravagant, it had shocking effects. Lin Feng patted the 1,000-meter-long black, mist demonic dragon beside him. He leaped up and sat on the dragon's back. Let's go, buddy. Lin Feng patted it lightly. His contracted demonic beast, Refined Puppet. Roar. The dragon roared as if it was bidding farewell. In an instant, Refined Puppet flapped its wings and entered the spatial teleportation gate. It instantly disappeared without a trace. In the sky above Patian City, shocking thunder and lightning struck. Beastie, 10,000 meters high in the sky, a distorted spatial crack slowly opened. At this time, countless migrating humans had gathered in Patian City, filling the streets. Everyone was looking up at the sky, stunned by the sudden change. A terrifying aura spread out, as if a nightmare had descended. Everyone stopped breathing. Crack! Crack! The crack continued to expand. A shocking tearing sound rang out, accompanied by a huge thunderclap. The space completely exploded. From the crack, a 1,000-meter-long giant body appeared in the sky above Patian City. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire city. I'm back. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Yesterday's third update, the 13th episode, has ended. Lin Feng has finally returned. The climax is about to begin. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 272. Oh my god, that's Dragon. Following a shrill cry, everyone was scared out of their wits, and they ran around like madmen. The entire Patian City was in chaos. People were jostling and bumping into each other. Everyone was crying for their parents as they ran away. They wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. Their faces were filled with fear. In the Qianwu continent, the Dragon Clan had become the Grim Reaper. Not to mention the ordinary people. Even the warriors were scared out of their wits. Resist? Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make all the warriors below the martial god realm unable to move. This was the power of the king of beasts. A true king. Help! Oh my god! Cries and cries for help could be heard everywhere, especially from some weak women and children who were completely scared out of their wits. The terrifying existence that could only be seen in the huge light screen was now right in front of them. Moreover, it was the most powerful demonic beast, the Dragon Clan. How could they not be scared? It seems. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng looked down. Even though he was 10 kilometers up in the air, he could see everything clearly with his current eyesight. His appearance, no, it should be the appearance of the black mist demonic dragon, Refined Puppet, had caused chaos in Patian City. I didn't think it through enough. Lin Feng muttered. After all, it was his first time using the space portal. But no matter what, at least I'm back. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. The past month felt like a lifetime. He had experienced too much in the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley. Even now, the smell of the Black Mist Demonic Dragon still lingered at the tip of his nose. Lin Feng smiled and stroked Refined Puppet's thick scales. The latter was looking around curiously. It was quite interesting. This is my home. Breathing in the air of freedom and stretching his body, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Wait for me. Lin Feng jumped down and nodded at Refined Puppet. Whoosh! Like a sharp arrow, Lin Feng instantly landed 100 meters in the air. He floated in the air like a god descending from the heavens. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you. Lin Feng let out a soft cry. In this incomparably noisy environment, his voice was exceptionally clear. It was like a large bell in a deep valley that rang loudly. His voice carried a heart-shaking boldness and a reassuring tone that entered everyone's ears. In an instant, the entire heaven-shattering city fell silent. The people who had stopped suddenly realized that, in fact, nothing had happened. The dragon that stood 10,000 meters high in the sky did not move at all. It only looked at them disdainfully. He was just scaring himself. But who's talking? Well, have I heard that voice before? People from all over Patian City looked at each other and discussed among themselves. However, the people around Lin Feng could clearly see the human in the sky 100 meters above. He looked very ordinary, like the boy next door. However, that appearance was extremely familiar. Isn't he a hero? He's really a hero. It's him. It's definitely him. Oh my God, the Son of God is back. In an instant, cries of surprise and joy could be heard. Back when the beast horde had broken out, every single person in the Tianwu continent had been thinking about Lin Feng. They were hoping for a miracle, hoping that he would be able to repel the beast riot. However, as time passed and the commander's reputation was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts, the people gradually forgot about Lin Feng. But now, the memories hidden in the depths of their minds were instantly opened. Vice City Lord Mansion. It's Big Brother. Lin Shui jumped happily. Mother, Big Brother is back. Lin Yin smiled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Big Brother, just as he said, on the 15th of August, he returned safely. Yes, yes. Lin Wanxing nodded continuously with a smile on her face. She had heard it clearly just now. How could she not recognize her own son's voice? Why are there so many people in Patian City? Moreover, they're all commoners who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Lin Feng frowned slightly, faintly feeling that something had happened. His heart skipped a beat, and his mind's eye spread out like a spider web. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes were incomparably bright. Why did the number of cultivators decrease so much? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. In his senses, the number of commoners had indeed increased by a lot, but the number of cultivators in Patian City had decreased by 80%, especially those at the level of Emperor Wu and Martial God. They were even rarer. Someone is coming, a very familiar aura. Lin Feng turned his head to look, and his eyes brightened. Hua! Lin Feng's body suddenly disappeared. That black dragon, and the voice just now. The silver dragon flew rapidly, breaking through the sky. With a serious expression, the silver dragon glanced at the black dragon in the sky that was emitting a terrifying aura, and his heart couldn't help but pound. Just as he was speeding, the silver dragon's eyes suddenly widened. Shua! An incomparably familiar figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Shouhu! The silver dragon exclaimed. It's really you, silver dragon, Lin Feng said with a smile. In his senses, the familiar aura belonged to a member of his 9th squad, the silver dragon. Shouhu, you. The silver dragon was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the voice just now, and his head instantly shook. Wasn't that? The silver dragon's expression changed instantly, and he said in shock, Shouhu, the person who spoke just now was you? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I just returned from the heavenly treasure world. Seeing Lin Feng's reply, the silver dragon suddenly understood. He glanced at the huge black dragon in the sky with fear in his eyes and swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound. He pointed his finger at the sky and said with a trembling voice, Shouhu, that black dragon it's my contracted magical beast, don't worry, Lin Feng replied. Contracted magical beast? What was that? The silver dragon's expression changed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked around. What's going on in Heaven-Crushing City? Did something huge happen in the past few days? Why are there no other martial gods in Heaven-Crushing City apart from you? The silver dragon's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, All the cultivators are currently in the Five Origins Royal City. Five Origins Royal City? Lin Feng knew that was one of the four royal cities. Shohu, hurry up and go. The silver dragon said anxiously. The purple jade hunting master, the blue hunting master, and all the cultivators in the hunting master are there. The humans are doing their best to fend off the beast riot. One more person means more strength. Beast riot? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. What did you say? The beast riot has begun. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Looking at those terrifying eyes, the silver dragon felt his soul tremble. That's right. The beast riot broke out in advance before the 100-day deadline. The commander sacrificed himself 2 days ago, and more than half of the human cultivators died. Now, in the Five Origins Royal City, the humans are fighting back for the last time. If we fail, I'm afraid. The silver dragon did not finish his sentence. However, Lin Feng understood everything. His head buzzed. He did not expect the end of the world to come so early. The human race was in great danger. Take good care of refined puppet for me. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as a terrifying aura burst out of him. A strong battle intent surged out, stirring up a strong storm. The silver dragon's expression changed as he was forced to retreat. In an instant, a gust of wind swept past. The silver dragon did not see how Lin Feng disappeared. There was no one left in front of him. So powerful. The silver dragon was completely stunned. Five Origins Royal City. One of the four royal cities of the Tianwu continent. At this moment, blood flowed like a river, and corpses filled the sky. The human cultivators charged fearlessly into the demonic beast army, one after another. The energy barrier outside the Five Origins Royal City was already in tatters. It was like a patched-up garment, its luster extremely weak. With just a light touch, it would shatter completely. Thunderbolt, Indigo, Tianqing, and the others had already killed until their eyes turned red. Facing the demonic beast army, which far outnumbered the human cultivators, all the cultivators fought with their lives on the line. If they could kill one more, it would be worth it. For the survival of the human race, they gave it their all. Huang Mang and the Laughing Buddha were covered in injuries. They blocked the attacks of two Emperor-class demonic beasts, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. They would not give up. The most shocking battle was in the purple space. Ziyao was releasing her bright moonlight. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, and cold sweat dripped down from her forehead. Her hands constantly formed seals, and accompanied by a strange energy, she actually forcibly trapped a huge golden Tyrannosaurus Rex within. However, the golden armored Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to bombard the purple moon space as though it had gone mad. Every violent collision caused Ziyao's face to turn pale. Her chest heaved up and down. She could not bear it. Ziyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura grew weaker and weaker. The people of the Five Origins Royal City were already petrified by this terrifying battle. Everyone gathered on the streets, praying and shouting for the human warriors. Looking at the huge screen of light, watching the human cultivators being brutally killed one after another, everyone's heart sank. It was too terrifying. These demonic beasts were far stronger than the human cultivators. In an instant, the two Emperor-class demonic beasts attacked like crazy. The Laughing Buddha and Huang Mang were severely injured, and they fell to the ground. At the same time, the countless king-level magical beasts also burst forth with an unstoppable force. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, and the earth shook violently. Everyone in the Five Origins Royal City had a deathly stillness and sorrow on their faces. The energy barrier was broken. The human cultivator's defense was also broken. One side fell, like a mirror shattering from the center. In an instant, it spread across the entire surface of the mirror. Boom! Roar! Roar! The terrifying roar of the demonic beasts landed in everyone's hearts. It was like a nightmare. Their courage was shattered, and their souls were scattered. Hysterical screams filled the air as the people of the Five Origins Royal City fled madly. Although the cultivators at the front tried their best to resist, the demonic beasts were simply too numerous. They were densely packed, like locusts passing through. A massacre was about to begin. First update. Second update. 10 a.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Achidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 273. And at this moment, the most terrifying power of the beast horde, the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex, finally displayed its might. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex's sharp claws tore through the purple moon space. Ziyao spat out mouthfuls of blood and suffered a painful blow. At this moment, a terrifying cold light condensed in the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth and shot out with terrifying power. A bright light flashed in front of Ziyao's chest as the spirit treasure tried its best to protect its master. But how could the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack be blocked so easily? Bang! A shocking sound rang out. As the purple moon space shattered, the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack descended like thunder. Instantly, Ziyao flew back like a kite with a broken string, heavily injured. On the screen, Ziyao's defeat announced the strongest line of defense for humanity. Collapse. Total collapse. A terrifying dragon roar shook the heavens. The golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex's escape and Ziyao's defeat instantly shattered the last bit of fighting spirit of the warriors who were still stubbornly resisting. The retreating humans no longer had any strength to resist. Who else would be able to stop the terrifying magical beast army? Every warrior's heart was filled with a deathly stillness. Save me! No, no! Shrill cries rang out in the Five Essences royal city. The magical beasts madly swarmed in, crushing the last remnants of the human strength. No one could stop them anymore, and no one could avoid them. No matter how fast a pair of legs could run, could they compare to the magical beasts? The bloody massacre had begun. In the city in the sky, two lone figures were looking at the screen of light, sneering. See, this group of idiots still wants to stop the magical beast horde. They are really seeking their own deaths, Jupiter said disdainfully. Little Commander is wise, the green flood dragon said with a smile. What a pity. Seeing Ziyao's miserable defeat and imminent death, Jupiter revealed a look of pity. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. They overestimate themselves. The green flood dragon shook his head. They must pay the price for their stupidity. Little Commander doesn't need sympathy. You're right. She brought this upon herself. Jupiter recalled what Ziyao had said that day and immediately sneered in disdain. What's laughable is that she's still concerned about Lin Feng even at the moment of her death. She doesn't know that he sees her as nothing but grass. Naturally, her life is more important. Who would be so stupid as to seek their own death? That's right, that's right. Green Flood Dragon agreed with a smile. Hey, Lin Feng. Jupiter curled his lips, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. The other royal cities were all filled with people in front of the huge light screens. However, everyone's heart was heavy. Many people were already weeping as they watched their compatriots die miserably one after another. They watched the demonic beasts wreak havoc and the cultivators being cruelly killed one after another. Other than Mo Ran, the majority of the people couldn't bear to continue watching. He was on the verge of collapse. The Five Essences royal city had become a living hell. Who else could save humanity? The defeat of the army of martial artists had become a fact. Without a doubt, in the near future, the entire martial heaven continent would be like the Five Origin royal city. Destruction. A true apocalypse. Was humanity going to be destroyed? Was the martial heaven continent really going to be destroyed? Everyone felt like their hearts had been crushed. Looking at the bloody scene and thinking about their own futures, they all collapsed to the ground, their eyes lifeless. Their hope had been extinguished. They no longer had any fighting spirit or hope. God save us. A woman carrying a child on her back knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. She repeatedly kowtowed, the thumping sound shocking everyone. Her forehead was covered in blood, but she didn't feel it all. She was already numb. Without hope, what was the difference between living and dying? Save us. One person after another knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was filled with grief and sorrow. It was filled with the sound of weeping. The Five Origin Royal City had completely collapsed. Houses were destroyed, one after another. City walls were shattered, and human corpses were trampled into pieces. Rivers of blood flowed. The shocking massacre had only just begun. Boom! Rumble! The freed golden Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to be venting its anger. Huge balls of light shot out, landing in the midst of the crowd. Regardless of friend or foe, nothing was left behind. 300 years ago, the tyrannical dragon race had wreaked havoc on the Martial Heaven continent. 300 years later, it was showing its might once more. Boom! 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 The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped forward, its aura locked onto Ziyao. This lowly human had actually dared to trap it like this. How could it not be furious? Kill her! The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex roared at the sky, its savage gaze fixed on Ziyao, who was lying on the ground. At this time, Ziyao was heavily injured. Her purple dress was covered in blood, and her picturesque face was pale and powerless. She had long since lost all her strength. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its thick dragon claw, a sinister expression on its face. Its eyes were cold. When this claw landed, it would definitely trample this abominable human into pieces. No, Hunter Lord! Lanhiyu screamed as if he had gone mad. His eyes were blood red, but he was heavily surrounded, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as that gigantic, terrifying, and jagged claw came crashing down. Am I going to die? This thought appeared in Ziyao's mind. I will never see Lindigo again. Her heart was filled with regret. Until now, Ziyao had never doubted Linfeng. It didn't matter if she died, because Lindigo would definitely return. His promise would definitely be fulfilled. Lindigo, Ziyao can accompany you against the beast army. Gently closing her eyes, Ziyao revealed a weak smile. Her life had already been cut off. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's terrifying aura instantly descended. At this time, a heart-palpitating red light suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield, and a cold light shone. You beast, you dare! A fierce roar exploded in the sky, like rolling thunder on the ground, like a bolt of lightning. Every martial artist could clearly hear this roar in their ears. It was like the might of the heavens, filled with extreme anger. A dazzling red light fell like a meteor. The moment the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's ferocious, huge claw fell, it drilled into the only gap. Bang! A violent collision. Like two meteors colliding, the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's terrifying huge claw was actually blocked. That was a human's hand, a very ordinary hand. Compared to the incomparably thick iron claw, it was like a thin thread that couldn't be touched. However, it was inconceivably blocked. Just based on strength, it could actually contend against the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex? What kind of joke was this? Everyone was abnormally shocked. Lan, Yu, Tianqing, and even the heavily injured Huang Meng looked at the scene in front of them and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck their hearts. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. It was extremely comical. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex, in a contest of strength defeated? Heavens, was this still a human? Amidst the smoke and dust, Lin Feng's towering figure blocked in front of Ziyao. The pitch-black illusory armor emitted a sparkling luster. Looking at the weak purple figure in front of him, looking at her deathly pale complexion, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. His heart was in extreme pain. At this moment, tears fell down. Who said that men shed blood, but not tears? How could humans not have feelings? I'm sorry, Ziyao, I'm sorry. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Looking at the bloodstains on Ziyao's body and feeling her weak vitality, Lin Feng felt as if the world was about to collapse. The heavens and earth had lost their color. His heart was broken into two halves. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? It was all his fault. And at this moment, roar. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex was extremely angry. Its attack was actually blocked by a mere human. It was completely intolerable. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a terrifying huge claw rose again. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a mountain, wanting to completely crush Lin Feng. The huge, jagged claws were filled with a cold light, and the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding magical beasts to completely suffocate. However, its actions were not only useless, it had also completely angered Lin Feng's fragile nerves. Get the hell out of here! Lin Feng was hysterical and furious. His face was completely distorted, and his eyes were filled with a thick ruthlessness. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Feng's eyes were as red as pillars. His right foot heavily stomped on the ground, and his body was like a hurricane. Facing the incoming huge claw, Lin Feng seemed to vent his anger. All the strength in his body was completely concentrated, and he suddenly punched out with his right fist. Bang! A furious punch like the wrath of the heavens. There was no strength behind it, only pure strength to the extreme. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by this shocking punch, condensing all of Lin Feng's anger. His domineering aura was astonishing. Boom! The shocking sound of the collision was like thunder stirring up the earth's fire. In an instant, the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a miserable roar, and its huge body, which was 5,000 meters tall, was actually sent flying into the air. The cold light of the huge claw was blasted into a bloody mess by Lin Feng's punch. What a terrifying strength! Everyone was shocked. Their hearts seemed to stop beating, and a chill ran down their spines. Their hair stood on end. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was known for its strength, was actually sent flying by a human. Did they see wrongly? Boom! The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's huge body fell heavily. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the figure that was originally covered by the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex gradually revealed his appearance. The face covered by the pitch-black armor fell into everyone's eyes, and they were instantly shocked to the extreme. Their bodies trembled violently, and their hearts tightened as if they were suffocating. Lin Feng, oh my God! Lan, Yu, Tianqing, and even the heavily injured Huang Mang were all stunned. The scene before their eyes was too unbelievable. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Was it really Lin Feng? At this moment, the words that Ziyao said that day surfaced in everyone's minds, and they truly understood the source of her confidence. Lin Feng, so strong. Second update, the climax has erupted. Brothers, let's vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 274. And this was only the beginning. In the next moment, everyone stopped breathing. A dazzling cold light appeared in Lin Feng's right hand, carrying a terrifying silver light as it floated in the air. Bang! Bang! The ear-piercing sound rang in the ears like a bell from hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The faint silver light accompanied the silence of the night, like the god of death opening his eyes. The surrounding airflow was instantly cut, forming a huge vacuum. The first form, Aurora Arc. The rich energy of heaven and earth gathered on his body like smoke, violently surging. The airflow was everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a violent aura, a lonely blood red, a terrifying sound, a loud bang. Clang, like a bolt from the blue. Go die! Lin Feng roared like a madman. At this moment, all of his strength surged out of his body. Without any more complicated control, Lin Feng's heart was already filled with endless anger, unable to calm down. But even this most simple most basic attack, under the control of Lin Feng's beginner level 5 strength, was no longer the Aurora Arc of the past. The current Aurora Arc was too terrifying. Wah! The violent rotation caused the airflow in the vacuum to continuously condense. The terrifying cold light shot out. The silver light circle expanded to its limit in an instant, increasing the rotation. The cold aura spread all over the silver light circle, forming an arc. The intense cold light of the blade, like the god of death's sickle, suddenly fell. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. It kept increasing. The energy of the arc kept spreading. Gee, ZZ. The silver arc crazily increased in size, far exceeding 1,000 meters. The rapid flight was like a giant death scythe. Wherever the silver light passed, screams of agony could be heard. In an instant, the horde of beasts was in chaos. A king-level magical beast roared angrily, as if it wanted to block the silver arc, but in an instant, just the aura of the outer circle of the arc blade had cut its body into two. Blood splattered everywhere, dying without a burial place. It was simply unstoppable. Ordinary giant beasts and lord-level magical beasts didn't even need to touch the edge of the arc. Just the energy brushing past them made them feel as if an incomparably sharp dagger had pierced their hearts. His wounds were glaring, and his screams were endless. Wherever the silver arc passed, wails and cries were everywhere. 100, 1,000, 10,000. The silver arc did not stop. Instead, it continued to strengthen. At this time, the silver arc had already exceeded 10,000 meters, spanning across the entire battlefield. Target: it was heading straight for the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was the final attack. The craggy armor made him look like a fully armed warrior. The golden T-Rex, who was knocked out by Lin Feng's punch, stood up. The mountain-like body swayed as it let out a wild roar. It was incomparably furious. However, before his eyes, a terrifying silver light had already descended. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Chi! The huge silver arc came into contact with the craggy armor, as if it was cutting through a thin layer of paper, effortlessly cutting through. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar stopped abruptly. The silver light blossomed with a resplendent radiance, forcibly piercing through the strongest part of the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex's defense. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex broke into two. Like a strand of hair, it was cut from the middle without any resistance. The terrifying attack power was completely unleashed. A shocking sound rang out like thunder. The golden Tyrannosaurus Rex broke into two and crashed onto the ground. A dragon that caused the entire sky Martial continent to tremble. A terrifying existence that had wreaked havoc on the sky Martial continent 300 years ago. It was just that simple. Killed in an instant. The entire sky Martial continent was silent. The cries instantly stopped. The screams were completely silenced. In front of the huge screens of the royal city, everyone looked at the black-clothed youth on the battlefield. Looking at the shocking scene in front of them, their hearts were filled with shock. Their mouths were wide open, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and a chill ran down their spines. It made their hair stand on end. What kind of terrifying strength was this? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky Martial continent was in an uproar. Everyone was hysterically roaring, crazily shouting. Their lifeless eyes once again lit up with hope. Like starlight in the darkness, they shone resplendently, lighting up the dark sky. Night was no longer night. Hope had once again returned to everyone's hearts. Everyone's heart was beating crazily. Excited expressions filled their faces as they roared angrily. At this moment, humanity seemed to have broken free of its shackles and jumped out of its cage. Everyone was in a hysterical frenzy. God, thank you. The woman carrying the child was crying tears of joy. Her hands were clasped together, filled with sincerity. Thank the heavens. Many old people were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, tears streaming down their faces. The martial artists were excitedly waving their arms, shouting with all their might. Looking at the black figure on the screen, they were filled with reverence. It's the Son of God. Our hero has returned. That's great. That's really great. The streets and alleys were filled with a carnival atmosphere. Everyone was so excited that they were talking incoherently. Tears of happiness fell at this moment. Their stopped pulse started to beat again, and they kept waving their arms and shouting, "Hero! Our hero!" These ordinary civilians were not the only ones who were shocked and exploded. The warriors at the forefront of the battle, the brave warriors fighting for the survival of the human race, were now filled with hope and fighting spirit. The hearts of all the warriors were burning with passion. Compared to the magical beast army's chaos and chaos, the human warriors erupted with an unprecedented level of cohesion. Charge! Everyone, let's kill together. Lan, Yu, Tianqing, and the rest had already recovered from their shock. Their eyes were shining brightly, exploding with fighting strength that far exceeded their own strength. In an instant, the morale of the humans and magical beasts. Suddenly, the situation changed. However, Lin Feng's face did not have the slightest bit of joy. There was only deep pain and self-blame. Half kneeling on the ground, looking at Ziyao, who was like a withered flower. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Lin Feng felt that the whole world had lost its color. The world in his heart had collapsed. Ziyao, Lin Feng softly called out her name. His heart was in so much pain. At this moment, those slender eyelashes trembled slightly. Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. Seeing his most beloved person slowly open her eyes, Lin Feng's body trembled. Intense joy surged in his heart. "Ziyao, that's great. Ziyao, you're fine." Weakly moving the corners of her mouth, Ziyao looked at the tear-stained eyes in front of her. She felt incomparable warmth in her heart. Lindigo is finally back. "Quick, Ziyao, quickly eat this." Lin Feng frantically took out the fruit of life. His eyes were filled with urgency. He inwardly scolded himself for being stupid. Just now, he had been completely muddled by grief. It tasted sweet. Ziyao used the last of her strength to gently bite it. An abundant amount of life energy instantly entered her body. "That's great. You're fine. That's great." Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. His excited expression was like that of a child. However, this made Ziyao laugh. She weakly smiled and said, "Lindigo, I'm fine." Lin Feng vigorously nodded. A thick smile appeared on his face. He tightly hugged her beautiful body as if he was afraid of losing her again. Feeling the faint warmth, Lin Feng's heart felt incomparable warmth. The feeling of his heartbeat spread between their bodies. Ziyao also revealed a satisfied smile. Lin Feng deeply understood how important Ziyao was to him. "Lindigo." Ziyao was very moved. Just as she was about to speak, a pair of large hands covered her mouth. "I made you tired. Ziyao, leave the rest to me." Lin Feng's eyes shone. He took off the heart protector talisman from his neck and gently put on Ziyao. The water droplet flickered with a clear luster, emitting a cool aura. Heart protector talisman. Lin Feng gently caressed Ziyao's jade-like face. She still carried a trace of weakness, and he immediately felt his heart ache. "It will protect you," Lin Feng said softly. "Lindigo," Ziyao cried out in shock. "I'm fine." Lin Feng nodded and instantly stood up. Looking at the battlefield covered in blood mist, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He clenched his right hand, and a shocking amount of heaven and earth energy surged, forming a spiral around his body. Looking at the back in front of her, Lin Feng's voice lingered in her ears. Ziyao felt a deep warmth and security. It was as if with Lindigo here, she didn't need to worry about anything. In the void, a silver light flashed. Buzz, buzz, he opened his right hand, and the aurora all appeared in his hand again. Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling. "Wait for me, Ziyao." Lin Feng turned his head and smiled. As long as Ziyao was fine, everything would be fine. As for the beast riot, would it be difficult for him to deal with it? Wah! Lin Feng floated in the air. Like a king, Lin Feng's voice rang out like a bell. "All warriors, retreat." His voice was filled with unquestionable authority. When it landed in the ears of every warrior, every word was clear. No one hesitated. Everyone was already shocked by Lin Feng. He had killed the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex and killed hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts with him. Among them, there were even king-level demonic beasts. There were close to 100 of them. Who in the sky martial continent could reach this level of strength? Perhaps even the commander could only look up to him in the dust. The retreat of the human army caused the beasts to become unrestrained. The morale that was suppressed by the death of the golden armored T-Rex suddenly soared. However, in an instant, the beast army felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone was retreating except for one person who was still standing like a god of war. He floated in the air like a stabilizing needle. He was the savior of mankind, the last hope. Hero, our hero. In the sky martial continent, there were songs of praise for Lin Feng. Everyone was shouting from the bottom of their hearts. They were shouting hysterically, their faces flushed with excitement. That was the call from the bottom of their hearts. That was true respect. To Lin Feng, it was as if they saw the night pass and saw the dawn. They saw the light. He was the savior of mankind, the hero of mankind. After a busy day, I just returned home. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to admit that I owe another chapter. Xiao Xiao tried her best to make up for it, but in the end, she did not manage to do it for 3 days straight. Today, she was called by the traffic police to deal with some matters. This is the first update for today. The lousy Xiao Xiao continued to write. I will not fall behind. No matter how late I am, I will finish it. But speaking of which, when can I repay this chapter? Xiao Xiao felt a headache coming on. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 275. The Aurora, all shone with boundless silver light. An astonishing aura spread across the entire battlefield as the silver circle spun wildly. Hiss, hiss. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4 divided into 8. The bright silver light instantly turned into 8 bright cold lights. Every inch of the light was not inferior to the previous one. Instead, because of the reduction in size, the spinning speed became even more intense. All the power was concentrated on one point as it spun crazily, creating a violent vacuum current. In a split second, the surrounding demonic beasts were slaughtered. So powerful. Behind Lin Feng, Ziyao revealed a shocked expression. She hadn't seen the scene of the golden armored T-Rex being killed earlier, but she had seen it clearly now. Lindigo was much stronger than she had imagined, far beyond her expectations. Punk. The air became chaotic. Just the start of the battle had already caused such an energy fluctuation. The 8 cold lights intersected with each other, like 8 magnetic poles colliding with each other, forming a cycle. The spinning speed increased again and again, until the limit of Lin Feng's control. The silver light was resplendent. 8 directions destruction, Lin Feng shouted. The surging heaven and earth aura spread throughout his body as it was released wildly. The 8 intense energy converged to form an intense light shadow. 2 diamond-shaped lights intersected with each other. The dense light shadow instantly cut the vacuum vortex into pieces. The intense energy gathered, and the power suddenly exploded. Punk! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The appearance of the huge light screen completely shocked the entire battlefield. The human warriors opened their eyes wide and stopped breathing. The silver light covered the entire sky as the 2 diamond-shaped lights intersected and covered the entire space. What kind of power was this? Ziyao's beautiful eyes were incomparably bright. She deeply looked at the back of the figure in front of her and felt incomparably surprised. Although she had expected Lin Feng's strength to improve greatly, she did not expect it to reach such a level. The silver light circle covered an area of several 100,000 meters and was constantly expanding. The 4th form, 8 directions destruction. Among the 7 forms of the Aurora, the only one, a huge area attack. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were like stars in the night sky, incomparably bright. Boom! A huge explosion shook the heavens and the earth. At the center of the magical beast army, a giant octagonal diamond that was hundreds of thousands of meters long and wide appeared. It was like a deep imprint, imprinted in everyone's heart, imprinted in the eyes of every magical beast. They were filled with terror, unable to move. In a vacuum zone, not an inch of land could grow. Sky City. Zhu was stunned speechless. He stared blankly at Lin Feng, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhu was scared speechless. Lin Feng's appearance was already enough to shock him, and killing the golden scallion Tyrannosaurus Rex with a single strike made him feel disbelief. But now his heart was about to stop beating. What terrifying strength! The green dragon's face was solemn, and his eyes were extremely deep. Lin Feng's sudden appearance was completely unexpected. He originally thought that he was on the right path, but he didn't expect that the current situation would suddenly change, causing the beast tide to become even more chaotic. But to him, this wasn't a bad thing. This is fake. This is definitely fake. Zhu muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. Until now, Zhu was still unable to calm down. That silver light was deeply imprinted in his mind, and the octagonal diamond shape made his heart tremble. Sky Martial Continent had already become a sea of jubilation. Excited shouts, clear singing, praising the savior of humanity. People seemed to have climbed out from the bottom of a valley. The dark night no longer looked so frightening, and the stars in the night sky were much brighter. Everyone's eyes were no longer filled with confusion, and were filled with hope and brightness. Witnessing this miracle with their own eyes, they were no longer as fearful of the Beast Tide riot. We have a hero. That's right, what bullshit Beast Tide riot? They can all go and die. We are saved. Sky Martial Continent has hope. Loud and clear whistles and happy cries filled every corner of the Sky Martial Continent. Lin Feng, with his unparalleled strength, had conquered everyone, including the commoners and the warriors on the battlefield. He told everyone to listen. As long as he, Lin Feng, was here, there was nothing to fear. Lindigo, you are so powerful, Ziyao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Ziyao with a smile. A faint light flashed in his right hand, and the aurora all appeared in his hand, shining with a silver light. Lin Feng nodded lightly. I had a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly treasure world this time, and my strength increased a little. Lindigo is so modest. Ziyao giggled. The fruit of life had already taken effect, and Ziyao's face gradually became rosy. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Wait for me. It will be over soon. Ziyao nodded and didn't say anything else. Feng Ning, is this guy Lin Feng? Xiao Jian's widened eyes looked extremely comical. I also can't believe my eyes, Feng Ning said with a smile. Then, he pointed at the fluorescent compass in his left hand and said helplessly, compared to this, the news that Silver Dragon sent over just now is even more shocking. He is currently having a headache. Huh? Xiao Jian glanced over and was instantly stunned when he saw Silver Dragon's message. Are you joking? Xiao Jian was stunned. Lin Feng brought a black dragon back. Yes, right above Patian City. Feng Ning chuckled. Silver Dragon is at a loss right now, huh? Lu Wan and Han Xiling were not far away, and their bodies were stained with blood. The members of Team 9 cooperated well, so they didn't suffer any serious injuries. The two girls looked a little dazed. Although they had always heard about how powerful and terrifying Lin Feng was, they had never seen it with their own eyes. After all, Lin Feng's strength was still the same as when they were in the training base. But somehow, Lin Feng had already been reborn. The current him was already the undisputed strongest person in Tianwu continent. The savior of humanity. What was strength? This was true, unparalleled strength. He had single-handedly challenged hundreds of millions of magical beasts. This battle lasted for 4 hours. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the ground. Time seemed to have returned to 300 years ago. Once, when Tianmu continent was at its most dangerous, a man stepped forward and saved the entire Tianmu continent with his own strength. He killed the golden Tyrannosaurus Rex and led the Tianmu continent's cultivators to defeat the army of demonic beasts. His name was Jean Patian. Now, 300 years later, time turned again. This time, the one who stepped forward was a 19-year-old youth. He was a genius. Lin Feng. Kill. Kill. In the Five Essences royal city, cultivators excitedly killed the demonic beasts that escaped the net, protecting the safety of the city's residents. Outside the shattered city walls, there was not a single cultivator present. There was only a young man in black armor floating indifferently in the air. He was like an emperor looking down on his subordinates. "They're here?" Lin Feng looked coldly into the distance. Smoke and dust billowed, and the earth seemed to shake. Shocking dragon roars rang out, and countless king-level demonic beasts charged forward. The endless army of demonic beasts had arrived once again. This was the 9th wave of demonic beasts that had appeared in the early morning of the 15th. It was led by the yellow-orange dragon, a rank 3 bloodline. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng smiled indifferently, and the silver light appeared in his hand again. The cold light spun violently, emitting an ear-piercing sound. But to the cultivators in the Five Essences royal city, it was like music to their ears, because every time this silver light appeared, it would be accompanied by slaughter, large numbers of demonic beasts dying. "Kill them all. Hero, you're the strongest." Everyone in Tianmu continent shouted in unison, and they were extremely excited and emotional. Before this, Lin Feng had already killed 2 waves of demonic beasts, and this was the last wave left in Tianmu continent. It was also the strongest wave. But to Lin Feng, was there any difference? Let's begin. Aurora all. Lin Feng's expression was calm. The resplendent silver light flashed, and the tiny figure compared to the army of demonic beasts was like an ant compared to a huge mountain range. It was extremely clear, but it was this ant that used unparalleled strength to flip over one mountain after another, and all the dangers that were weighing down on Tianmu continent. Swept clean. This time was no exception. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The battle started again. The Assassin's Alliance. In a secluded space, a man's veins were bulging, and his face was filled with ferocious anger. Why? Why is he still alive? The sound of gnashing teeth echoed in the space, and it was filled with extreme anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. The figure shrouded in darkness had a handsome and cold face, and it was filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Qi Yin, the martial emperor of the Assassin's Alliance. I didn't expect him to not only come back alive, but his strength. He actually rose to such a terrifying level. His expression kept changing, and Qi Yan's chest heaved up and down. He was very clear about how strong Lin Feng was, and that silver cold light was even more eye-catching. Back in the heavenly treasure world, he had almost lost his life to Lin Feng. This is troublesome. Qi Yan's fist slammed heavily on the wall, venting his anger. My plan has been completely disrupted. This little bastard's life is really tough. Those ferocious black, mist, demonic dragons actually didn't kill him. His eyes were deep red, but Qi Yin was still Qi Yin after all. Like a vicious, poisonous snake, he quickly calmed down the anger in his heart and forcefully suppressed his hatred. Exhaling deeply, Qi Yan's expression instantly changed. It seems that I still have to hide for a while. Let's wait and see. I want to know how strong you, Lin Feng, are. A 9th grade beast ride is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Now it's just the beginning. The corners of Qi Yan's eyes twitched, and Jie immediately laughed. Let's play slowly, Lin Feng. Qi Yan's eyes were as cold as an eagle's. Second update, continue. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 276. Enthusiastic cheers resounded throughout the Tianwu continent. All the humans were celebrating their victory, shouting Lin Feng's name in unison. Just now, in less than 2 hours, Lin Feng had once again displayed his shocking power. He had insta-killed the yellow-orange dragon and defeated hundreds of millions of magical beasts by himself. Among them, there were thousands of king-level demonic beasts and 3 emperor-level demonic beasts. This was only the 9th wave of demonic beasts, but their strength had already surpassed the general attack of the demonic beasts 300 years ago. A 9th-grade demonic beast rampage was completely different from a 7th-grade demonic beast rampage. But now, who would be concerned about this? It was a boiling ocean. The faces of the people in the 5 Origins Royal City were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity, and many of them could not help but shed tears. When the energy shield shattered, when a human martial artist army was defeated, everyone thought that the end of the world had truly come. The demonic beasts' ferocious faces, their terrifying claws and teeth were still vivid in their minds. They were so close to death. But because of one person, everything changed. Everything changed. Hero. Our hero. In the 5 Origins Royal City, the familiar hero's song was sung. Everyone had a look of reverence, singing from the bottom of their hearts. Their sonorous voices were filled with power. The hero in their hearts had finally returned. Like a god descending from the heavens, he had rescued them from the abyss of suffering. With his own strength, he had single-handedly suppressed 3 waves of demonic beasts. What kind of shocking strength was that? It encompassed the entire Tianwu continent. It was not even 1% of his strength. Thank you, Lin De. Ziyao looked at Lin Feng with a smile. What are you thanking me for? Lin Feng was slightly startled. This is my duty. Ziyao's beautiful eyes lit up. She could not help but think of what the commander had told her before he died. She had not let him down and firmly defended the last line of defense of the human race, preserving hope. Commander, did you see that? A miracle has happened. Ziyao sighed softly in her heart, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. If the commander saw that the Sky Martial continent was safe and sound, even if he was in the underworld, he would be able to rest in peace. It's nothing, Lin De. Ziyao smiled sweetly. Come, let's enter the 5 Origins Royal City. Yes. Nodding his head, Lin Feng smiled. The hero is back. Our heroes have returned in triumph. The streets and alleys of the 5 Essences Royal City were filled with enthusiastic cheers. Everyone stood on either side of the street. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the city gate with reverence. The ruins of the city gate were filled with people who had survived the calamity. It was a complete mess, but they consciously opened up a path for people to pass through. The crowd included the 3 giants of Qihua Town, Yin Feng, Meng Fei, and those who had participated in the preparatory warrior assessment with Lin Feng. The disciples of the Firmament Martial Sect, Qin Hua, Qin Lai, Canyang, Lu Qian, Han Yo, familiar faces were mixed in the last stronghold of the 5 Great Sects Alliance, looking up at Lin Feng, who had once stood on the same starting line as them. Now, he had become a high and mighty existence, looking down on the small ones. What? Lin Feng stepped in. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and the huge 5 Essences Royal City seemed to have lost its sound. Lin Feng looked around, and everyone's eyes were filled with reverence and gratitude. It was a feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts, and it was the most sincere gratitude. Puff! Dong! Dong! The crowd neatly knelt down, hands on the ground, and lowered their heads. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Ziyao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said softly, "This is a kowtow ceremony. Lin De. A kowtow ceremony?" Lin Feng was slightly startled. Yes. Ziyao nodded. It represents their respect and gratitude for the human hero. It comes from the bottom of their hearts, and it is the highest form of etiquette. 300 years ago, the heaven-breaking martial god received this honor. Lin De, you are the second. Lin Feng understood, and his eyes shone brightly. Looking at these powerless commoners, his heart was filled with ripples. Once upon a time, wasn't he just like them? When he was young in the Lin family village, the feeling of helplessness as he watched the beasts wreak havoc still lingered in his heart. Back then, his favorite thing to do was to watch those martial artists appear from afar. He couldn't be clearer about this feeling. "Everyone rise," Lin Feng said clearly. When his voice landed in everyone's ears, it was like a sweet stream. The ones who truly need everyone to mourn and admire are those martial artists who silently sacrifice themselves for humanity, those heroes who died. Lin Feng's voice was filled with deep regret. He looked around and said slowly, "I'm just like them, doing what I should do." His words were not empty. To him, it was more of a pity. If he could come back a little earlier, these heroes of humanity would be able to keep their lives. But in the hearts of these commoners, they felt that Lin Feng was noble and upright, and was not arrogant. He was a true hero with wisdom, a great figure. I, Lin Feng, hereby give my word to everyone. I will continue to carry out the wishes of those heroes who died, and protect the Sky Martial Continent, and protect all of humanity. With all my strength, I will not allow any demonic beast to take even half a step into the Sky Martial Continent. His loud voice was like thunder, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Everyone raised their arms and cheered, and in an instant, the entire Five Origins royal city was in an uproar. After 300 years, another hero had appeared in the Sky Martial Continent after the heaven-breaking martial god. A transcendent existence who could slay a giant dragon with his bare hands. Lin Feng. "Did you see that, Commander?" Piley stared blankly at Lin Feng, her eyes wet. "Linda Gu." Ziyao revealed a satisfied smile. Looking at her sweetheart, she was filled with joy. With her sister's life and death unknown, and the commander's sacrifice, humanity once again welcomed a new leader, a new pillar of support. He was like a stabilizing needle, firmly stabilizing the turbulent Sky Martial Continent. The laughing Buddha and Tianqing looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, they no longer doubted Ziyao's words. Even Huang Mang, who had the deepest prejudice against Lin Feng, was smiling awkwardly, because Lin Feng really did have the strength. City in the sky. Everyone returned happily. Although there were less than a third of the martial gods left, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. No matter what, they had defended the Sky Martial Continent and stopped the Beast Army. Most importantly, they saw hope. With laughter, everyone stepped into the sacred palace. Lin Feng glanced around and saw the junior commander, Zhu Pidi, and the right marshal, Qing Jiao. He frowned slightly. Although he knew the general situation from Ziyao, he didn't say anything. In fact, other than Pai Li, who snorted coldly, no one else showed any other expression. After all, the person in charge of the Sky Martial Army was still Zhu Pidi. "TSK, your skin is quite thick," Pai Li said disdainfully. Qing Jiao's expression changed slightly. But how could Zhu Pidi endure such cold words? He flew into a rage. "What did you say? Oh, did you take it personally?" Pai Li laughed. "You." In terms of eloquence, Zhu Pidi and Pai Li were worlds apart. Zhu Pidi forced himself to calm down and said coldly, "I don't know which dog is barking." Pai Li smiled. "If you can understand a dog's barking, then you're still a dog." Zhu Pidi's face turned red with anger. He immediately flipped out. "Pai Li, because you were my father's old subordinate, I tolerated you at every turn, but you took an inch and wanted a mile. Let me tell you, I'm the one in charge of the Sky Martial Army now. If you know what's good for you, you'd better speak nicely. Otherwise, Otherwise what?" Pai Li glared, not afraid of Zhu Pidi at all. He tore off the military badge on his shoulder. "Pa!" He instantly flew toward Zhu Pidi, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Such a cowardly Sky Martial Army. It's fine if I don't stay. Zhu Pidi, listen carefully. From today onwards, I, Pai Li, am no longer the left marshal of the Sky Martial Army. Pai Li's eyes were wide open. His expression was like a diamond, filled with rage. Swish! Jupity's face twisted as he took the military badge. He had been humiliated by Pai Li in front of so many people, and he felt as if he had no face left. Jupiter had never been slapped in the face like this before. His aura suddenly exploded, and the energy of heaven and earth madly surged. He was truly angry, but in an instant, a beam of cold light shot out from his eyes, like a cheetah appearing in the dark night. Jupiter instantly felt his entire body break out in cold sweat. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. That terrifying aura was filled with killing intent. It was as if it was warning him that if he attacked, he would have to bear the consequences. Enough. Don't fight among yourselves at this time, Lin Feng said indifferently. His bright eyes were like stars in the night sky. He was the only one who had the ability to stop Jupiter. The Beast Horde's rebellion has only just begun. We still need a plan for the long term. Everyone, let's discuss this. How about it? Lin Feng looked around at the crowd. The joy on their faces gradually faded, replaced by incomparably solemn expressions. Just as Lin Feng had said, the Beast Horde's rebellion was only the beginning of the third phase. There were still endless dangers waiting for them. For example, the most terrifying Beast Horde's general attack. We should make a good plan. If we pool our thoughts, we'll definitely be able to think of a better plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. In truth, Lin Feng had not only conquered the demonic beasts, but he had also conquered the hearts of these martial gods. Now, they had already followed Lin Feng's lead. Except for one person. That's right. Don't think that you're all that just because you've achieved a little oomph. Jupiter coldly snorted and proudly said, "In the past, my father was the one who presided over the Round Table Conference. In terms of qualifications, I will now take over." Okay, let's begin. As he spoke, Jupiter's face was filled with arrogance. For some reason, Xiao Xiao was in an extremely bad state yesterday. Other than writing the climax in one go, she spent the rest of the time sitting in a daze, unable to do anything. Yesterday, after updating the second chapter, she sat until 3 a.m. and wrote less than 1,000 words. It was so depressing. Speaking of which, does this happen for a few days every month? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 277. However, no one bothered with him. Jupiter seemed to be singing a one-man show like a clown. Everyone's face was filled with mockery. On what basis? Lan sneered. On the basis that I am the commander's son. On the basis that I am the Tianwu army's marshal. Jupiter raised his head arrogantly. But what have you done for humanity? Prison said indifferently. When the Beast Army was attacking and the Five Origins Royal City was being destroyed, what were you doing? I remember Zia told you very clearly last time that those who walk different paths cannot work together. If you don't have the heart, please leave. As if his tail had been stepped on, Jupiter flew into a rage. He pointed at Prison's nose and scolded, "Who do you think you are? When did you have the right to speak here?" Once he said that, everyone's expression changed with some anger. Why not? A scorching voice sounded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he said coldly, "Prison's hunting master is a part of my hunt, and a warrior who uses life to protect humanity. For the Tianwu continent, he was willing to sacrifice his life. Everyone here is of equal status and has the right to do so. Only, you don't have it." Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. His sharp eyes shot towards Zhu Pedi like sharp arrows, and the power of his life spirit burst forth. Aye. Zhu Pedi's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but stagger a step. Lin Feng's aura made him feel a deep sense of danger. The difference in strength between the two was frightening. You are a disgrace to the commander, and a failure to be his son. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, and his eyes sparkled. For the sake of the commander, I will not bicker with you, but Lin Feng paused, and his right hand pointed to the door, and said slowly, "You are not welcome here, Scram." His calm voice was filled with unquestionable authority. The word Scram expressed Lin Feng's disgust. In front of an external enemy, humanity had to unite as one. He would not allow a black sheep like Jupiter to join in. A rat's poop spoils a pot of soup. Good, good. Jupiter ground his teeth, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. However, he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng. Instead, he looked at the other martial artists, the corners of his mouth twitching coldly. Good for you. Jupiter, will definitely remember what happened today in my heart. In the future, I'll make sure to turn around and leave. Jupiter grunted heavily before he turned around and left, and his expression was filled with humiliation and rage. However, what could he do? When one's strength was inferior, one could only tuck one's tail between one's legs. Let's go. Jupiter rushed out of the door, the green flood dragon following closely behind. Although his expression was calm, Green Flood Dragon was filled with regret. However, there was nothing he could do. He had boarded the wrong boat and could not turn back. As the two of them left with their tails between their legs, the crowd burst into laughter. How satisfying. Well done, Lin Feng. The laughing Buddha praised. Only you can cure him. Lan Saran laughed. Jupiter, this coward, bullies the weak and fears the strong. He won't be able to achieve anything great. Thunderbolt said disdainfully. He's completely different from the commander. Like father, like son, but there are always exceptions. It's hard to be perfect. The commander, it's a pity. When the commander was mentioned, everyone felt a wave of sorrow. He was a true hero, a man of indomitable spirit. If it wasn't for him, who knew what would happen to the Tianwu continent? Clap, clap. Soft clapping sounds could be heard. Tianqing said seriously, the dead are gone. I believe the commander wouldn't want to see everyone like this. Right now, we have more important things to do. In less than 6 hours, the 10th wave of the demonic beast army will attack. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Feng. Right now, other than him, there was no one else who could deal with the terrifying demonic beast army. Even if most of the people here had more experience than Lin Feng, and even higher positions, however, there was only one thing that could make a martial artist submit to him. Strength. In the world of martial artists, the strong were respected. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Feng smiled and looked at Ziyao. I think you should do it. Ziyao, I don't know much about these things. Everyone had their own strengths. He was good at cultivation and fighting. It was not this kind of planning and planning. The one who knew Lin Feng the best was naturally Ziyao. She nodded lightly to share his burden. She looked at everyone, her beautiful eyes twinkling. The current situation is different from before. In the short term, Lindigu alone can turn the tide and stop the demonic beast army from invading. However, in the long term, Ziyao shook her head. Everyone started to whisper to each other, discussing. Lin Feng smiled at Ziyao, agreeing with her. Even if he was made of iron and had to take care of every battle personally, it did not matter. However, this was killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once the demonic beast army became stronger and stronger, and he was unable to cultivate, causing his strength to stagnate. At that time, humanity would face a disaster. Ziyao means, she hopes that one of us old bones can break through to title martial god. The laughing Buddha suddenly understood. Tianqing, Thunderbolt, Huang Meng, and the others all understood. Everyone knew that surpassing titled martial god and titled martial god were two completely different concepts. Once someone broke through to titled martial god, they could easily kill king-level demonic beasts. Together with a spirit treasure, they can share a lot of pressure for Lindigu, Ziyao pointed out. Lin Feng was now like a general who lacked soldiers. What he needed the most was a strong enough army. Gather all the heavenly treasure crystals. Tianqing's eyes lit up. With the current stock, it should be enough for a peak 7-stage martial god to break through, but her voice paused, and Tianqing's gaze fell on Ziyao. At this time, the one with the most heavenly treasure crystals was undoubtedly Shou. Shou will support you with all his strength, Ziyao immediately said with a serious expression. Unfortunately, the one with the most heavenly treasure crystal is the Sky Martial Army, but the commander gave all of them to this unfilial son, Jupiter. Thunderbolt sighed. Otherwise, we should be able to nurture two existences that surpass the titled martial god. Everyone sighed. Using the precious heavenly treasure crystal on Jupiter was simply a waste. Since that's the case, let's vote for a spot. Xiao said. In the sky martial continent, there were many martial gods who had reached the peak of the seventh step, and there were even more martial gods of the fifth and sixth step. This was a threshold, a bottleneck, and it was not easy to cross it. In the past 300 years, how many martial warriors had reached that realm in the sky martial continent? Ziyao, Huangmeng, Laughing Buddha, Lan, Yu, Thunderbolt, and me. Tianqing counted. There are a total of 7 people. Each of you choose one. The crowd looked at each other, obviously hesitant. Let's choose Thunderbolt. He's better at fighting. Choose Laughing Buddha. He has a lot of experience. No, it must be Huangmeng. He has been in the 7th stage martial god for the longest time. I don't have the talent. In my opinion, it's best to give it to Ziyao. They spoke one after another, pushing and giving into each other, appearing to be polite. Lin Feng looked at the crowd and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, which one of them didn't want to break through to the title martial god? It was just that in the current environment, they were too embarrassed to accept such a huge benefit. Lin Feng's laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention, and in an instant, many gazes gathered on him. Lin Feng, who do you think is good? Laughing Buddha asked. That's right, Linda, you decide. Ziyao smiled and nodded. Everyone obviously followed Lin Feng's lead and waited for his decision. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head lightly. Why go through so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better for the 7 of us to cultivate together and absorb the heavenly treasure crystal and break through to the titled martial god together? That's right. No one expected Lin Feng's answer to be this. They looked at each other and were speechless, but it was hard for them to say anything. Linda, we don't have that many heavenly treasure crystal, Ziyao said softly. Tianqing also nodded. Right now, the amount of heavenly treasure crystal that we can gather is about 200,000 heavenly treasure points, which is only enough for a peak of the 7th step martial god to break through. If we want 7 martial gods to break through, we will need at least 1 million heavenly treasure points. More than 1 million heavenly treasure points. When the martial gods heard this number, they couldn't help but gasp. This was especially true for the martial gods who had just advanced. Many of them couldn't even bear to spend 1 heavenly treasure point, unless we move the entire heavenly treasure world over. Lan Ran laughed. But the condensation of the heavenly treasure crystal requires enough time. Yu shook his head. However, Lin Feng's expression did not change at all. He still had that faint smile on his face. When Ziyao saw this, she seemed to have thought of something and covered her mouth in shock. Linda, you can't be... Pa! A light flashed in his hand. The purple ring flickered with light. Instantly, a bright light shone on the huge round table. The entire sacred hall was lit up brightly. A mountain of heavenly treasure crystal. It was densely packed. Furthermore, it was different from the heavenly treasure crystal in the sky martial continent. The smallest piece of heavenly treasure crystal that Lin Feng took out was worth over 100 heavenly treasure points, and the largest piece was worth over 1,000 heavenly treasure points. A powerful energy aura was emitted, causing everyone to be stunned. He was dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Lan Hiyu's mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow a large egg. Ziyao's beautiful eyes flickered with a bright luster, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Oh my God, Lin Feng! Tianqing was extremely shocked. This pile of heavenly treasure crystal was at least a few 100,000, but it was more than all the heavenly treasure crystal in the sky martial continent combined. It was completely enough for 2 peak of the 7th step titled martial god to break through. Looking at the pile of heavenly treasure crystal, everyone was dazzled, and their eyes emitted an incomparably scorching light. To them, the importance of the heavenly treasure crystal was self-evident. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Feng, filled with curiosity. The young man in front of them was becoming more and more mysterious. However, at this moment, What Lin Feng said next stunned everyone. They were stunned on the spot. This is only a small part. Lin Feng's expression was very calm. Today's update, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 278. A few 100,000 heavenly treasure points was only a small portion. Everyone blinked and stared at Lin Feng. Their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Of course, he had more than that. He had plundered more than 10,000 heavenly treasure crystals from the heavenly treasure world. If they were converted into heavenly treasure points, it would be more than 1,000,000. And this was merely the most insignificant part of his assets. With enough heavenly treasure crystals, I believe everyone will be able to break through the bottleneck of the titled martial god realm. Lin Feng smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up. They looked at each other and laughed heartily. To them, the only thing they lacked to break through the bottleneck was soul power. It was easy for a titled martial god's body to advance, but for soul power to advance, it was very difficult. In fact, it was the same for both heavenly martial artists and heavenly gods. A heavenly martial artist's advancement was restricted by the breakthrough of the soul, while a heavenly god's advancement was restricted by the breakthrough of the body. Looks like the Sky Martial Continent will have 7 more people who have surpassed the titled martial god realm soon. The smiling Buddha smiled. At least 10 days to half a month, at most 2 to 3 months. Qinqing's eyes lit up. Once they break through, they will be able to enter the battlefield and increase the fighting power of the human race. Yes, we have to do our best to share the burden of Lin Feng. Thunderbolt nodded. Everyone was very clear in their hearts. The key to stopping the Beast Horde's rampage was Lin Feng. Only by increasing his strength would the Sky Martial Continent have hope of surviving this apocalypse. Thunderbolt, Indigo, Tianqing, and the others quickly took the heavenly treasure crystals and left. They had to make full use of every minute. Cultivate and cultivate again. The sooner they broke through, the sooner Lin Feng could rest and cultivate to increase his fighting power. This was a cycle, a virtuous cycle. Everyone knew the importance of it. There was no time to waste. At this moment, in the sacred palace, everyone left, causing the room to feel empty. There were less than 40 martial gods left in the human army. Among them, there were many new martial gods like Hanzi Ling and Tulu Waner. Their fighting power had decreased by half. Compared to rank 7 titled martial gods, these ordinary martial gods were undoubtedly much less useful. Feng Ning, small sword. Lin Feng looked at the familiar faces and felt warmth in his heart. No matter how weak they were still part of the human race. He was a true warrior who could contend against magical beasts. Do you want to become stronger? Lin Feng smiled. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Lin Feng's strength and mysteriousness had already won them over. Of course, kill those magical beasts. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's fighting spirit was boiling. They couldn't wait to fight those demonic beasts, but they could only blame themselves for being weak and limited. Lin Feng's bright eyes twinkled as he said, "From today onwards, drop everything you're doing." Light shone from his hands, and under everyone's astonished gazes, stalactites appeared in an instant. Milky white light shone in the sacred palace. Powerful life energy mixed with the aura of soul power instantly made everyone's heart beat wildly and their blood boil. "Oh my God, what is this?" There was a series of gasps. Everyone's eyes shone as if they were magical beasts who had seen their prey. Even Ziyao, who was beside him, curiously picked up a stalactite. Her expression changed slightly. Such power! Ziyao's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked straight at Lin Feng. Stalactites. Let's call them that. Lin Feng smiled. Absorbing and refining them can strengthen your body and soul at the same time. To all of you, these are the best supplements. There aren't many of them, so you can absorb as much as you can, but you're not allowed to take them away. With that last sentence, Lin Feng pulled Ziyao's soft hand and stepped out of the door. In an instant, the entire sacred palace went crazy. Everyone snatched up the stalactites like wolves and tigers. They didn't even pause for half a second and directly sat cross-legged in the sacred palace to absorb them. What a joke. There were too many monks and too little gruel. Snatching as much as they could was still a bit. Linda Ziyao said, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Ziyao hesitating. After hesitating for a moment, Ziyao nodded and said, "Actually, I feel that if these stalactites are absorbed by a few people, the effect will be better." Ziyao said it very tactfully, but the meaning was very clear. Instead of increasing their strength evenly, it was better to focus on nurturing a few people. And this was indeed the best way. But looking at Lin Feng's smiling expression, Ziyao was puzzled. "Is that wrong, Linda Go?" Ziyao was startled. After all, she was Ziyao. She suddenly understood and exclaimed, "I know. Linda Go, you're provoking them. Yes, they need enough motivation." Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he chuckled. Stalactites? He had a lot of them. The amount he took out just now was less than half. Compared to the heavenly treasure crystal, the amount of stalactites was even more astonishing. They had been condensed from a stalactite cave for who knew how many years. It was more than enough for less than 40 titled martial gods to use. "Linda, looks like you've gained a lot in the heavenly treasure world this time." Ziyao smiled sweetly. "Yes, I'm afraid you'll be shocked when we return to Heaven-Breaking City." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Shocked?" Ziyao asked doubtfully. "Oh my God." Ziyao covered her mouth with her hand. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. She was deeply shocked. Looking at the huge black dragon in front of her, Ziyao felt suffocated. Although it was only 1,000 meters long, the aura and pressure emitted by this black dragon far surpassed that of the azure ironback dragon and the golden Tyrannosaurus rex. But at this moment, it was like a pet, quietly resting in a huge open space. In the surroundings, there seemed to be many residents looking from afar, but they also felt fear. After all, this was a legendary dragon, a true dragon race. "Thank you for your hard work, Silver Dragon," Lin Feng said with a smile to the still shocked Silver Dragon. Silver Dragon scratched his head awkwardly. At first, he was indeed very afraid, but after he gathered his courage, he realized that this black dragon was actually not that scary. In fact, it seemed to be quite friendly. But after all, humans and dragons walk different paths. The dragon's aura still made him feel a deep sense of danger. "It's fine. It's what I should do," Silver Dragon replied with a smile, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. This tiring work was finally over. "Let's go to the sacred palace." "Don't delay," Lin Feng said with a nod. Silver Dragon was startled. "Why are we going to Sky City? Won't you know when we get there?" Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. "Yes, Hunter." Although Silver Dragon was puzzled, he obeyed Lin Feng's words. In an instant, he left. "Let me introduce you. This is Refined Puppet, my contracted magical beast." Lin Feng gently patted Refined Puppet and said with a smile, "Contracted magical beast?" Ziyao's beautiful face was full of surprise. Others might not know, but she knew very well what a contracted magical beast was. It was a magical beast that willingly signed a contract with a human and became a loyal servant. This was a voluntary action. It was quite unbelievable. After all, magical beasts and humans were like two opposite magnets that repelled each other. Subduing a magical beast was far more difficult than defeating one. Not to mention, furthermore, it was an extremely powerful black fog demonic dragon. Heavens, Lindiga, how did you do it? Ziyao's bright eyes widened in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and stroked Refined Puppet's exquisite scales. Refined Puppet opened its eyes and looked at Ziyao, then at Lin Feng. As if it understood something, it let out a soft roar. The onlookers in the distance were immediately scared out of their wits and hurriedly ran away. "It's a long story. Let's talk as we walk." Lin Feng patted Refined Puppet, indicating that it should continue to rest. "Okay." Ziyao nodded lightly and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. It had only been a month since they last met, But Brother Lin seemed to have been reborn. He was full of mystery. Along the way, Lin Feng briefly told Xiao about his experience in the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley. Although Lin Feng sounded very calm, Xiao deeply understood that this was definitely a very dangerous experience. 3 hunts and 3 escapes. When he first entered the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley, he could not even defeat the Fog Beast King and was an ant that could be killed by any Black Mist Demonic Dragon. In the end, not only could he easily slay a dragon, he even tamed a Black Mist Demonic Dragon. How could the twists and turns be so simple to explain? You've been tired, Lindigo, Xiao said softly. I'm not tired. I just hate that I didn't come back earlier. Looking at Xiao's rosy face, Lin Feng could not help but think of the scene when he just came back. He was so scared that even his heart seemed to break into 2 halves. Xiao, to him, was too important. With a thought in his mind, a bright light instantly appeared. Lin Feng's hand suddenly appeared with a beautiful purple light, instantly attracting Xiao's attention. It was an exquisite and translucent ring. The purple light emitted a gentle energy. It was very similar to the ring on Lin Feng's hand, as if they were a pair. A purple ring, a 3-star storage treasure. Lin Feng raised his hand and smiled. This is a pair. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao was slightly surprised, but hearing the second half, her small face immediately turned red. Gently holding that soft hand, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with love. Xiao, although I said that I would wait until the beast riot ended before marrying you, after this incident, I am very afraid of losing you, so I want to make a promise first. Wear this purple ring, and in the future, you will be my, Lin Feng's woman. His voice was filled with dominance, but it was also filled with love. Xiao only felt her fingers tighten. Before she could say anything, she was already irresistibly put on the purple ring. Xiao's face turned red, and she said coquettishly, Lindigo, how can you? His voice stopped abruptly. I've only written 6,000 words for 2 consecutive days. I'm a little angry. Let's see if I can start my journey of 12,000 words today. Roar twice to encourage myself. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 279. Deputy City Lord's Mansion. Before stepping into the mansion, Lin Feng saw his mother, Lin Wanqing, and sister, Lin Shuer, from afar. At this moment, they were looking around anxiously, as if waiting for something. Let's go. Lin Feng held the soft, boneless hand and said with a smile. There was a hint of retreating from the small hand, but Lin Feng held it even tighter. Xiao's face was as red as a big apple, as if it had been boiled. She replied softly, but her head was so low that it was almost buried in her chest. She was extremely shy. What are you afraid of? An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws, Lin Feng said with a smile. Linda good, Xiao said coquettishly, but she saw Lin Feng looking at her with a sly face. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had already walked to the mansion. A few gazes were looking at her, and Xiao's heart immediately jumped. I'm back, mother. Looking at that familiar face, Lin Feng had 1,000 words to say, but this was the only thing he could say. But it already contained everything. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're fine. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears, and she smiled happily. Lin Wanqing suddenly looked at Xiao and saw the 2 of them holding hands. She immediately understood and laughed. Let's go in and talk, Feng. Yes, big brother. Lin Shuer mischievously ran in front of Xiao. And sister-in-law. In an instant, Xiao's face turned completely red. Shuer. Lin Wanqing scolded softly. I'm coming, mother. Lin Shuer ran and jumped over. Impudent. Lin Wanqing lightly knocked her forehead. Why aren't you going to the house to prepare? Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue and ran in like a wisp of smoke. Let's go. Lin Feng gently shook hands. Okay. Xiao nodded with a red face. Nothing could replace the feeling of home. Feeling the warm atmosphere, Lin Feng was filled with a faint sense of happiness. It was very plain, but very real. Brother, did you really enter the Black Mist Dragon Valley? Lin Shuer opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Yes. Lin Feng smiled and said, it was a world shrouded in black fog, where thousands of black fog demonic dragons lived. Vividly describing the scene of the Black Fog Demonic Dragon Valley, Lin Feng told Shui about his own experiences, which made Shui click her tongue in amazement. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. At this time, Ziao was busy in the kitchen with Lin Wanqing, helping out. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a faint smile when he saw the dignified person in charge of the hunting group learning how to cook in a fluster. At this moment, outside the door came the sound of welcoming servants. Shui immediately smiled and said, second brother is back. Yes. Lin Feng had already sensed Lin Yun's aura and couldn't help but ask curiously, is Yun that busy? Of course, brother. Lin Shui said proudly, you don't know, but second brother worked through the night for 3 days and 3 nights to come up with a heaven-crushing city migration plan. He didn't make any changes, and elder sister Zi Yao directly approved it. Other than a few small details, it was almost perfect. Oh, Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect that Zi Yao would think so highly of Lin Yun. Big brother, you don't know, but second brother is now the city lord in name and in reality. All the affairs of heaven-crushing city are handled by him, and everyone is convinced. Lin Shuer's eyes were dazzled as she said enviously, I really envy second brother. He can already help big brother with his problems, but sure, he still hasn't accomplished anything. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He gently stroked Shuer's little head and said, big brother, it's fine as long as you're happy. Shuer pursed her little mouth and nodded. Shuer will definitely work hard and become big brother's left and right arms like second brother. Before she finished speaking, a burst of light laughter sounded. Lin Yun slowly walked over in his wheelchair and said, Shu, what bad things are you saying about second brother? I heard your voice from afar. No, second brother, Shui said angrily. Looking at the tired Lin Yun, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. It's been hard on you, Yun. In terms of hard work, big brother, it's even harder on you. Lin Yun said with a smile. All right, big brother, the outside is abuzz with the news. Did you really catch a black dragon? Caught a dragon? Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes. Heavens, is it true? It's fake, Lin Feng said with a smile. Just as Shui heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed, Lin Feng immediately said, That's my contracted magical beast refining puppet. It's a partner that the Black Mist Demonic Dragon clan gave me. If there's a chance, I'll bring you guys to meet it. Are you serious, big brother? Shui's face was filled with shock. Her heart was beating extremely fast. Of course it's true. Lin Feng nodded. So that's how it is. Lin Yun suddenly understood. No wonder that Black Mist Demonic Dragon was so honest. It's not like other dragons at all. When Silver Dragon told me about it, I was shocked. I thought that the Dragon Clan had actually launched a sneak attack on Patian City. Huh. Lin Feng looked at his younger brother, Lin Yun, and smiled. After not seeing him for more than a month, his younger brother had become much more mature and experienced. Although his younger brother's martial talent wasn't high, but in terms of management and administration, his younger brother did indeed have a place to display his talent. He was rapidly honing and growing. Just like him, he was constantly improving in battle. Very quickly, the whole family sat in a circle and ate happily. Because Ziao was here this time, the atmosphere was much more lively and happy. Shui even talked about Lin Feng's embarrassing matters when he was young, causing Ziao to laugh nonstop. Even though Lin Feng's skin was thick enough, he was still embarrassed. This meal wasn't a delicious meal, but a kind of warmth. A kind of home feeling. Mother, Ziao and I are already engaged, Lin Feng said frankly. Ziao lowered her head slightly, feeling a little nervous. She was both afraid and expectant. Her heart was in a mess. That's great, big brother. Shui shouted happily, her face full of smiles. Big brother, you're so awesome. Big sister Zi Yao is now very famous. Stupid Shui don't you know what happened today? Lin Yan smiled and said, Big brother's fame is great. He is now the great hero respected by the people of Sky Marshall Continent. Who doesn't know him? Who doesn't know him? With his own strength, he defeated 3 batches of the Beast Army, killed 3 dragons, and slaughtered over 100 million magical beasts. Oh my god! Lin Shui was shocked. She looked at Lin Feng. She didn't expect her big brother to be so powerful. Even Lin Wanqing was shocked, and her mind went blank. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't care about it. Looking at his mother, Lin Wanqing, Lin Feng said softly, Mother, I plan to marry Zi Yao after the beast ride ends. What do you think, Lin Wanqing came back to her senses and saw Zi Yao's uneasy expression. She secretly blamed herself for losing her composure and nodded with a smile. Good, of course it's good. It's hard to find a good wife like Zi Yao even with a lantern. With that said, Zi Yao's face turned red, and the worry in her heart disappeared. Yay, that's great. Shui said excitedly. It seems that I have to change my name to sister-in-law in the future. Lin Yan smiled. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yao. The two looked at each other and smiled, revealing a sense of satisfaction and warmth. There were no more obstacles on the road of love. Zi Yao, this will be your home in the future. Lin Feng smiled. Zi Yao nodded her head. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Father, thank you. Lin Feng nodded. This time, he was able to return to Sky Marshall Continent safely and did not make a big mistake. His father had helped him a lot. Moreover, if not for his father's reminder, his mind would have been severely affected by swallowing too many inner cores. I didn't do anything. Lin Xiaotian took a sip of tea. Feng, everything is your hard work. His voice was soft and calm, but Lin Feng frowned. Father, your injury. Lin Feng was no longer an ignorant person. Whether it was his life spirit or mortal soul, he had a strong sensing ability. Although it was only a vague feeling, his father's vitality was obviously much weaker than a month ago, like an old man on the verge of death. It's an old injury. Lin Xiaotian said indifferently, I've long been used to it. Father, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Feng hesitated and said seriously, I hope I can share some of your pressure. Lin Xiaotian could not help but smile indifferently. You have done well enough, Feng, far beyond my expectations. It's true. With that, Lin Xiaotian let out a long breath, looked out of the window, and said leisurely, Heavens will place tricks on people. It's really like the old saying, unintentional willows grow. Lin Xiaotian's smile was a little surprised. Lin Feng was startled. He didn't understand. Obviously, he didn't know what his father meant. Lin Xiaotian turned around and looked at Lin Feng. His old eyes were dark and deep, which made Lin Feng's heart tremble as if there was an endless suction force. Lin Xiaotian's faint voice fell into his ear. You know, Feng, your aptitude is not as good as your brother's. What? His father's words shocked Lin Feng in an instant. Did he hear it wrong? He had always thought that his younger brother Lin Yan was not a talent for martial arts, but now, it completely subverted this idea. What his father said must be true. Yan, Lin Feng's eyes changed. Your brother's talent is even better than mine. The depth in Lin Xiaotian's eyes gradually dimmed, and he shook his head. Since I was a child, I have thought that Yan would be my successor, and I have not changed this idea until now. To be honest, Feng, your talent is actually not good. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own talent was actually not good in his father's eyes. I'm referring to the talent of being a god. Lin Xiaotian's eyes were burning. Every clansman of the Lin clan is blessed by the heavens and possesses an extremely powerful heavenly god talent. Even the weakest clansman can easily become a heavenly god at the initial level. Lin clan? Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his mind suddenly flipped open. He remembered it very clearly in the past. That was, oh my god. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he recalled what had happened. Bless Kobe. Although Xiao Xiao doesn't like him, he is a real man with an admirable will. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 280. Dad, the Lin clan that you mentioned. Lin Feng pursed his lips and hesitated. Is it the Lin clan mentioned in the secret book, Aurora? Yes. Lin Xiaotian did not deny it. Hearing his father's affirmative answer, Lin Feng suddenly took a deep breath. He remembered very clearly that the beginning of the secret book, Aurora, mentioned the six-star soul bearer weapon, Aurora. Oh, it was created by the Lin clan. Feng, there are some things that you must have guessed. Lin Xiaotian said slowly. You and your brother were indeed born in the Douling world and are members of the Lin clan. The talent, way of time, and the powerful life soul power are the best proof. Lin Feng's gaze changed instantly, and he was enlightened. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Then Dad, Lin Feng's mind suddenly recalled the scene when he used the spiritual communicator that day. He had deeply felt another aura. The aura of blood connection. It was a feeling that made his heart palpitate. Feng, Lin Xiaotian interrupted. Dad knows that you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time. These are too far away from you. What you have to face is not the past, but the present and the future. The beast riot this time. Lin Xiaotian frowned and sighed softly. It seems a little unusual. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became solemn, and his eyes were a little deep. What his father felt was unusual. It must be unusual, and there must be something strange. Although there was not even a trace of energy aura on his father, how could he see through the world of the real strong? Dad is right. The past will only affect me. Now, what I have to focus on is this level 9 beast riot. Protect my home firmly. Lin Feng nodded, and his strong will suppress all the disturbances in the bottom of his heart in an instant. It should be broken, and it would be chaotic if it was not broken. Father, what should I do now? Lin Feng stared at his father, his eyes shining brightly. Lin Xiaotian shook his head gently. Continue on your own path as a warrior. Feng, don't let other people affect you. Do you still remember that day when I asked you to buy the Lin family village? Lin Feng was startled, then nodded. This had always been a question in his heart, but he didn't know why his father had done it that day. At the foot of the mountain of the Lin family village, you should be able to find a cave that emits a blazing aura. Inside the cave, there are treasures left behind by the divine beast Phoenix when it was reborn. Feng, you'll be able to cultivate to the limit and exhaust the primordial fire in your body to complete the final step to become a titled martial god. Lin Xiaotian said slowly. Divine beast Phoenix? Lin Feng widened his eyes in shock. After reading the magical beast record, Lin Feng clearly knew what the so-called divine beast represented. The 4 supreme bloodlines and the 5 supreme bloodlines were all bloodlines that could be inherited and propagated. However, divine beasts were born by seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. They possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Because they were too powerful, they were deprived of their ability to reproduce. Even in the Douling world, divine beasts were extraordinary existences. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He did not expect the Lin family village to be hiding such a big secret. Wait a minute. Father, what did you just say? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. He was extremely shocked. At the foot of the mountain of the Lin family village, a cave that emitted a blazing aura. In an instant, Lin Feng could not help but laugh. Don't tell me it's the cave that I discovered the other day. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng could not help but recall a year ago when he had barged into the blazing cave to increase his strength to the limit. In the end, at the most crucial moment, he had broken through to become a reserve martial artist. Thank you, Father, Lin Feng said softly, his heart filled with gratitude. It turned out that his father had been secretly paving the way for him. Even if he did not enter the heavenly treasure world this time and did not have such a fortuitous encounter, he should still be able to reach the beginner level and have enough strength to fight against the dragon tribe. Go, Lin Xiaotian nodded calmly. Yes, Father, Lin Feng replied and instantly left in high spirits. He could not wait any longer. In the black mist demonic dragon valley, his physical strength had already reached the beginner level. However, due to the existence of the primordial fire, he could not condense the heart of origin. His body was still at the apprentice level. He could not even be considered as a soul cultivator. It was completely out of line with his strength. There was a difference of 2 levels. After condensing the heart of origin, I'll be able to control the primordial fire. Not only that, my body will transform and sublimate to a new level. I'll become a true heavenly god and heavenly martial artist at the beginner level. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was filled with confidence. There was no doubt that his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. He would become stronger again. As Lin Feng left, Lin Xiaotian gently put down the teacup. His eyes were blurred. Feng, he's really like you, Yaju, Lin Xiaotian muttered softly. Lin Xiaotian murmured softly. He's as stubborn as Feng. Although Feng talent is not as good as Yun in terms of temperament and willpower, Feng completely surpasses Yun. Feng achievements today are all because of Feng own steps. Perhaps Feng can create a miracle in the future, Lin Xiaotian said casually. Lin Xiaotian sighed softly. There were too many inexplicable and endless thoughts in his heart. Is it just my imagination? Or is there really a powerful existence? What's going on with this unusual feeling? Lin Xiaotian frowned deeply as he looked out of the window. There was a hint of worry in his expression. In the depths of the wilderness, in a patch of giant trees and bushes, a few giant dragon skeletons stood ferociously. There were still bloodstains on the ground. Even the bushes were dyed red. It looked a little demonic. In the center of the bushes, the little monster that was 50 meters long was sleeping on its back. Its snoring was thunderous. Its bright red fur looked like it was burning. The flame mark on its forehead was sparkling and looked extremely ferocious. Suddenly, the roar of a giant dragon resounded in the sky. Dozens of giant dragons that were shining with a metallic luster flew over. They had white stripes and a golden luster. Their bodies were covered with beautiful scales. The dragon tail was slender but tough, like a whip. Platinum Thunder Dragon, rank 2 middle bloodline. It was an existence of the same rank as the Black Mist Demonic Dragon. The leading Platinum Thunder Dragon was only 1,000 meters long. Dozens of Platinum Thunder Dragons followed closely behind it. Most of them were over 10,000 meters long. The roars of the group of Platinum Thunder Dragons were filled with extreme sorrow. The leading Platinum Thunder Dragon looked at the giant dragon skeletons and roared hysterically. At this moment, the little monster was awakened. As if it had been disturbed from a beautiful dream, the little monster bared its teeth and looked at the sky. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light. In an instant, its red fur stood up. The little monster rushed up and stepped into the air. It rushed into the group of dragons without fear. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light. In an instant, the group of Platinum Thunder Dragons cried out in pain. Blood splattered everywhere. Its small body was like a fish in water. There was no obstruction at all. Chi, chi, chi. Wherever the claws passed, the massacre was shocking. The Platinum Thunder Dragons were slaughtered one after another. The leading Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon let out a thunderous roar and unleashed its innate ability, striking the little monster like a bolt from the blue. Boom! The thunder and lightning were extremely terrifying, but the little monster was unscathed. It was just enraged by the attack of an unknown origin. The little monster roared and opened its mouth. Surging and terrifying flames covered the sky. The shocking power covered the entire sky. There was no way to avoid it. This was its true trump card attack, the power of destruction. The leading Platinum Thunder Dragon did not even have time to cry out. It turned into ashes in an instant. The rest of the Platinum Thunder Dragons were all buried with it. At this moment, the little monster was furious. It bit down on the throat of one of the Platinum Thunder Dragons, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. A bloody massacre. Battles in the wilderness were always the strong were respected. Lin family village. At this moment, it was already in ruins. Located at the border of the Sky Martial Continent, not to mention the Lin family village, even Chihua Town, Shaoyang Martial Sect, and Laisun County could not escape. Even the 5 Great Sect Alliance's last base, the 5 Origin Royal City, was mostly destroyed. The Beast Horde was in a frenzy. At this moment, not a single warrior dared to leave the Royal City. Every corner of the Sky Martial Continent was filled with danger. Who knew when a beast would jump out? There was only one person who was not afraid at all. The strongest human being, Lin Feng. Phew! Looking at the Lin family village that was almost flattened, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. The hometown that he grew up in was gone just like that. Feeling sad, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. He then shook his head. The heart's eye spread out like a spiderweb. Lin Feng frowned. His heartbeat quickened. The purple fire in his body seemed to be boiling and burning intensely. Over there, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, sensing it was easy and fast. But the hot cave seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined. In the cave where the divine beast Phoenix once lived and was reborn, what kind of treasure would there be? Lin Feng was extremely curious. His body was like a sharp arrow. In an instant, he arrived at the place where he sensed. Lin Feng's right hand flashed with a wisp of fire. It condensed into a fireball and shot out. Boom! It shook violently and swallowed all the rocks. It's here. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up. A familiar hole appeared in front of him. It was so familiar. The memories from a year ago rushed into his mind. Lin Feng felt as if he had returned to the past. The purple fire jumped excitedly, as if it had found a sense of belonging. I'm back. Lin Feng smiled. Soon after, he took a step forward and stepped into it. Third update, let's give it a try. Not sure if I can write another chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 281. The scorching temperature was so familiar. After entering this mysterious scorching cave, Lin Feng felt as if he had returned to the past. I have 12 hours. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he muttered to himself. The task of pacifying the beast horde was all on his shoulders. In the Sky Martial Continent, all existences above the martial god level were focused on cultivating with the goal of breaking through. They could not be distracted. In fact, ordinary titled martial gods were of little help to the current beast horde. As he walked forward, the scorching temperature became higher and higher. 50 degrees, 70 degrees, 100 degrees. The temperature was still increasing. Previously, Lin Feng could not bear it when it was only 70 degrees. His body felt as if it was on fire. But now, Lin Feng completely ignored it. His footsteps were as steady as before, and he did not feel anything at all. Things were different now. Just the strength of his body had increased by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Walking forward slowly, Lin Feng's eyes were bright. 200 degrees, 300 degrees, 400 degrees. The temperature increased endlessly. Lin Feng gently touched the rocks in the cave. His eyes were bright. Fire lava stone, extremely resistant to high temperatures. It is the basic material for refining weapons. After reading the Ore Illustrated Handbook, Lin Feng knew all kinds of ores like the back of his hand. Refining weapons was an extremely honorable existence in the Douling world. Lin Feng had seen it many times in the Alcade Palace. No matter if it was a heavenly god or a heavenly martial artist, their battle strength could not be separated from weapons. The so-called refining of weapons was the refining of weapons. According to Aurora, the Lin clan seems to be extremely skilled in refining weapons. I wonder if Father knows how to refine weapons? Lin Feng thought. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind at all and continued walking forward. To him, these were not important. 100 meters, 1,000 meters. After going deeper into the cave, he gradually reached 10,000 meters. Lin Feng looked at the fluorescent compass. It seemed to have lost its effect. As expected, The energy is too strong. Lin Feng muttered to himself and immediately closed it and stored it in his purple ring. He looked at the black-violet ring. This 3-star spiritual treasure was now emitting a faint glow. Compared to before, it had a feeling of life. It was a feeling of telepathy. Ever since Zi Yao put on the violet amethyst ring, the rings had changed. It was as if two distant people had established a connection between their hearts. Although it did not have any other functions, such as being unable to speak, it was still able to feel that touch. With it, if anything happens in the Martial Heaven continent, I'll be the first to know. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Xiao was able to contact him through the black-violet ring. In addition, there's also a refined puppet guarding the border. Nothing will go wrong. Lin Feng smiled. With refined puppet strength at the first stage of transformation and the natural pressure of the Dragon Clan, it would be a piece of cake for her to stop the beast's rampage, even without him. But if I can avoid it, then I'll avoid it. Lin Feng felt apprehensive. No matter what, refined puppet was a magical beast. If it was within his capabilities, he did not wish to trouble it. Moreover, refined puppet might be strong enough to fight 1 against 1, but 1 against 100 million. Refined puppet did not have the ability to attack a group of beasts. As time passed, Lin Feng went deeper and deeper into the cave. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. Finally, there's a feeling. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. His body felt an intense heat. The extreme temperature was burning every inch of his skin. That feeling of déjà vu struck him once again. The purple essence fire seed in his body was strongly stimulated. The fire lotus spun rapidly and turned into elemental energy that was greedily absorbed by his body. In fact, from the moment he entered the cave, the elemental fire seed's consumption had begun to accelerate. However, Lin Feng's body was too strong. It was like a lake. There was no difference between throwing 10 stones and throwing 100 stones. In the blink of an eye, the elemental energy would be absorbed by the body. But now it was different from before. I haven't reached my limit yet. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. His current body, in terms of strength, had already reached the level of novice star. How could it be compared to before? One step after another. At this moment, with every 100 meters he went, his body could feel a pressure, as if he was wearing heavy iron chains. Lin Feng's face was already red. His skin was tight, and if one looked carefully, it was constantly changing its luster. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. It's here. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. If he went any further, he would exceed the limits of his body. Lin Feng understood clearly. Hua! Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng instantly closed his eyes. His mind was completely focused, and he was instantly immersed in his heart. That resplendent and beautiful fire lotus spun continuously. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see its afterimage. It was as if it was crazy. The astonishing elemental fire quickly turned into a thick fog and was absorbed by his body. The absorption speed of Novice Star's body was terrifying. Every second, it was crazily increasing. Compared to the absorption in the Fire God Forbidden Ground, it was more than 10 times or 100 times. Lin Feng could see the increase with the naked eye. Combined with the surging heat from the surroundings, it formed waves of impacting energy. Lin Feng hungrily absorbed it, and he could clearly see that the purple essence kindling was constantly losing energy. A little, like a light slowly dimming, like a candle slowly extinguishing. Soon, Lin Feng's heart was jumping with joy. He was close to becoming a real, titled martial god. He was getting closer and closer. Assassin's Alliance. Is the source of the news true? Qi Yin frowned. It's absolutely true, a black shadow said in a deep voice. It seems that this Lin Feng's misfortune in the heavenly treasure world was a blessing in disguise. Qi Yin's gaze was cold. He clenched his right fist tightly, his veins popping out. No wonder his strength has increased greatly. He can fight against hundreds of millions of beasts by himself. The Black Fog Demon Dragon helped him a lot. Once the humans become stronger and Lin Feng becomes stronger, the Black Shadow hesitated. I won't allow it. Qi Yin immediately interrupted him, her eyes shining with a cold light. He and Lin Feng had long since become sworn enemies. Once Lin Feng became stronger and stronger, there would be no place for Qi Yin in the Sky Martial Continent. Martial Emperor, we must eliminate Lin Feng as soon as possible, the Black Shadow said in a deep voice. I know. Qi Yin's gaze kept changing. He slowly exhaled and shook his head. But it's easier said than done. This subordinate has a plan. I wonder what the Martial Emperor thinks about it. The Black Shadow suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Oh, Qi Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. City in the sky. East District, Sky Martial Army's territory. The commander, Zhu Pidi, was very vexed. Because of Lin Feng's appearance, everything changed. He was no longer the strongest warrior in the Sky Martial Continent, and he had lost the woman he loved the most. So much so that the glory and status that originally belonged to him had vanished in a thin air, no longer existing. People only remembered the hero Lin Feng. They had long forgotten about the commander. Even the Sky Martial Army sighed. Zhu Pidi let out a deep sigh. Is the commander vexed? Green Flood Dragon's eyes flickered as he asked softly. Zhu Pidi shook his head. He looked worried and didn't want to speak. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't vexed. Right now, he seemed to be despised by everyone, not to mention the other titled martial gods. Even the Sky Martial Army was filled with rumors. Although his position was still stable, he felt that he was missing many things. Prestige and trust. Does the commander hate Lin Feng to the bone? Green Flood Dragon suddenly asked. Of course. Zhu Pidi gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. Then do you hate him so much that you want to kill him? Green Flood Dragon asked again. Of course I do. Zhu Pidi's eyes revealed an ominous glint. That bastard, I want to tear him to pieces. Since that's the case, why doesn't the commander act? Green Flood Dragon asked. Zhu Pidi's expression changed. He coldly stared at Green Flood Dragon. After a long time, Zhu Pidi sighed and shook his head. If I kill Lin Feng, who will stop the beast horde? In the face of a great disaster, Zhu Pidi wasn't an idiot. He clearly knew what to do and what not to do. Most importantly, if I could kill him, would I have kept him alive until now? Zhu Pidi mocked himself in his heart. In terms of strength, the difference between him and Lin Feng was like a heavenly moat, incomparably huge. Commander, there's no need to belittle yourself. Green Flood Dragon's eyes flashed. In this subordinate's opinion, Commander's talent is better than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's battle prowess is so strong, not because of his own strength, but because of his weapon. That should be the legendary ancient weapon. If Commander obtains it, you will definitely be able to display even more strength. Oh, Zhu Pidi's eyes instantly lit up hearing this. Thinking back, Green Flood Dragon's words were indeed true. Lin Feng slaughtered the Beast Horde army, relying on that strange, silver, diamond-shaped metal in his hand. Commander, as long as you can kill Lin Feng and obtain that ancient weapon, you will definitely be able to replace him and become the new leader of the human race. Everyone will respect you. Green Flood Dragon struck while the iron was hot. Its eyes sparkled as it incessantly urged Zhu Pidi. Really? Zhu Pidi's breathing instantly became hurried. Of course. Green Flood Dragon laughed. Why would I joke around with my own life? If I kill Lin Feng, no one will be able to stop the Beast Horde's rampage, and Tianwu continent will be wiped out. Wouldn't I be courting death? Zhu Pidi nodded. Indeed, Green Flood Dragon's words were not without reason. But Zhu Pidi hesitated. With my strength, it is impossible to kill Lin Feng. Zhu Pidi was very clear about his own strength. Although he hated Lin Feng, it did not mean that he had lost his rationality. Not necessarily. Green Flood Dragon's smile was like a Pandora's box, slowly luring out the desire in Zhu Pidi's heart. This subordinate naturally has a way, but Green Flood Dragon paused. Commander, do you dare to give it a try? Let's hear it. Zhu Pidi's eyes were incomparably resolute. Forcing is a sin. Yesterday, I was only able to write 2,000 words until 3 a.m., and then I got stuck. In the end, I slept until 12 a.m. in the morning. Damn, I might as well have gotten up earlier to write. I'm crying. If you like this work, you are welcome to become a Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 282. In the scorching hot cave. Time passed by second. Under the extreme temperature, Lin Feng felt as if he was in a boundless sea of fire. The scorching feeling covered his entire body. Thump, thump. His heartbeat was extremely fast. As time passed, Lin Feng felt as if his entire body was condensing flames. The purple origin fire was like a candle burning fiercely, constantly releasing energy. Its aura slowly weakened, like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Soon, just a little bit more. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and persevered. The intense flame strengthened the vitality of the cells in his body. The rotating speed of the fire lotus was more than 100 times faster than usual. With 1,000 times faster rotation, it released Yuan power. The Yuan fire seed that would normally require half a year, 10 months, or even a year to be completely exhausted was forcibly burned out in less than 6 hours. The absorption ability of a novice star body was too strong. Like a dry desert, it could absorb as much water as there was water. One round, another round. The fire lotus blossomed with an intense light, densely covering his body, releasing the last of its energy. The purple origin fire shone brightly. Pong! Lin Feng could only feel his heart shuddering. The fire lotus blossomed with its last light. The origin fire aura turned into a thick fog, and in an instant, it was completely swallowed by the cells. It was like a group of ants moving a giant cheese. Slowly, it was completely emptied. Finally, it's over. Lin Feng opened his eyes. In a split second, the resplendent light shone. Lin Feng's expression became extremely focused. An extremely strong force of heaven and earth wrapped around him. The airflow in the air suddenly surged, and a familiar feeling hit him in the face. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for. It's coming. However, Lin Feng was very calm. He was not panicking, nor was he overly excited. With his mind completely focused, Lin Feng instantly felt the incomparable heat in the air. It was as if he could see the fire elements rapidly entering his body, penetrating and entering in the blink of an eye. Pala, those were pure origin energy molecules, fusing with every cell in his body, changing the vitality of the cells. The cytoplasm, cell membrane, and even the cell nucleus were constantly changing and combining. It was as if life was undergoing a metamorphosis, undergoing intense changes. Humans were made up of countless cells. The changes in the cells were, in fact, the changes in the martial artist's body. This was a true sublimation. His body had changed from Emperor Wu to a titled martial god. It was a qualitative change. What powerful source energy! Lin Feng revealed a joyful smile, but he was not surprised. What he was compatible with was definitely the origin of fire. This was something he had long been clear about. Rumble! The Qilin fire puppet in his left hand flickered with a bright light, as though it had a life of its own. It was also absorbing the fire origin energy, madly devouring it. Its absorption speed wasn't any slower than Lin Feng's body. As Lin Feng ate the meat, the Qilin fire centipede also drank a bowl full of soup. His dantian was where the primordial fire seed was located. Now, they had been gathered by powerful origin energy. Like flickering stars, they were constantly increasing in number. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. There were countless of them. Sizzle, the origin energy kept pouring in, and in an instant, it was extremely heavy. This place was already filled with dense origin energy. The speed of the surging origin energy was quite fast, like a thunderstorm. Bit by bit, it was endless. Lin Feng's body was too strong, so the amount of origin energy he could absorb was naturally more. The stronger a martial artist's body was, the higher the level of the martial god after breaking through. In fact, it was because the capacity of the dantian increased with the increase of the body's strength. The body was like a container containing endless water. The bigger the container, the deeper the water it could hold. It's quite amazing. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with incomparable joy. In just a short moment, he could already feel the energy of the origin energy. The countless fire elemental light spots gathered in his dantian. They were inexplicably compressed, and there seemed to be a strong suction force between them, slowly forming a spherical shape. The heart of the origin energy. So powerful. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Compared to using the Qilin fire centipede, the origin energy gathered was much stronger. I wonder what kind of ability I will have. Lin Feng said softly with a hint of curiosity. Among the 7 types of fire abilities, he had seen the summoning abilities of Auspicious Beast King and Blazing, as well as the attacking abilities of Fire God. As for the others, he was not clear. The attacking and summoning abilities are not of much use to me. The defensive and control abilities are second. The mutation, special, and eukaryotic abilities. Only these 3 major abilities may be of help to improve my strength. Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this time, his dantian was almost saturated with absorption. The powerful origin energy of fire continued to condense, and the dense fire elemental particles were still crazily pouring into his body. It was as if small stones were desperately stuffed into a closed container, and more were stuffed. The condensed entity slowly appeared. It was like a ball of light condensed from crystals, emitting a fiery red light. The energy fluctuations were quite powerful. The influx of the origin energy of fire not only condensed the heart of the origin, but even Lin Feng's body was constantly evolving and transforming. At this time, the intrinsic structure of the cells in his body had been completely changed. The abundant energy aura had a stronger activity. This is the condensation transformation, an evolution at the physical level. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. It was like building a house. It was originally built with straw, but now it was built with solid wood. There was an essential difference. A quarter of an hour passed. An hour passed. Although the influx of the origin energy of fire was incomparably fast, far surpassing other places. But Lin Feng's dantian was too big. One had to know that in terms of physical strength, Lin Feng had indeed reached the first level of the beginner star. A full 3 hours passed. It was equivalent to dozens of hours in the outside world. Finally, it was completely saturated. Pa! Pa! A crisp sound rang. In the dantian, the condensed crystal reached a perfect state. A huge fiery red ball emitted an astonishing energy aura. There seemed to be an inexplicable force between heaven and earth that was pushing and fusing, as if it was the gears of time. The color continued to deepen and brighten. The aura slowly merged. The condensation of the origin energy of fire formed a strong energy fluctuation. The feeling of compatibility was quite perfect. Until, pong, there was a loud sound in his mind. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. All the space froze. There seemed to be no more existence between heaven and earth. It was chaos and nothingness. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, but it seemed to be changing the space level. A ferocious flame burned in that huge, starry sky. Dust, planets, and black holes were all burned to ashes. The terrifying flame aura had no feeling. It was cold and ruthless, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. All that was left was that terrifying flame. Boom! In his mind, it was as if many inexplicable existences were injected into it. It was as if they originally existed in his memory and were slowly unraveling. What he saw in front of him became much clearer. The inexplicable unknown was suddenly understood. Special type, destructive fire. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. What a terrifying power. What a powerful flame. His heart was filled with excitement. Lin Feng felt that his whole body was filled with power. A strong feeling fused into his body. Chi. With a thought, a cluster of astonishing elemental fire rose. The blue and enchanting existence was like a flame of life, with a cold touch. The condensation of the origin energy of fire showed a deep and deathly stillness. The terrifying power under the cold light made people's heart palpitate. The Chilan fire centipede was incomparably ferocious. The roar of the dragon's head was very realistic. The dragon's eyes flickered with an intense luster. The Chilan fire centipede improved? Lin Feng was very surprised. Originally, the Chilan fire centipede's aura was far from what it was now. It was on a completely different level. With a thought, Lin Feng suddenly understood. He couldn't help but recall that when he absorbed the origin energy of fire, the Chilan fire centipede also got a share of the soup. I wonder how strong it will be. Lin Feng was very curious. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng was eager to try. He wanted to find the army of beasts to practice. There was a feeling of wanting to vent it out. His body became very light, as if it was weightless. However, the feeling of strength and the toughness of his muscles could be clearly felt. Compared to the previous saturation, his body now was like a huge piece of land. At this moment, he only used less than 1% of the space. It had enough potential for development. Almost there. My body should be around the third level of the initial star level. Lin Feng threw out a punch. The wind from the punch was impressive. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Lin Feng smiled gently. Very satisfied, his strength had become a lot stronger. There is still 3 hours left. Lin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked forward. At this moment, he could completely withstand the scorching temperature in the cave. The feeling was like two similar substances that didn't repel each other. Instead, it felt very comfortable. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze changed and his expression became serious. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. It was as if there was a strong attraction calling out to him. This was a kind of feeling from the heart. What is it? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled and instantly brightened. Is it the treasure left behind by the godly beast Phoenix after it was reborn? Lin Feng's heart was moved as he recalled what his father said to him. He really wanted to know what the treasure was. Since father didn't specifically remind me, it means that the danger is not great. Lin Feng thought and nodded. He instantly made a decision. Let's go take a look. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Since it is fire refining the starry sky, how can the fire of the protagonist be weak? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 283. The scorching cave was still extremely hot. However, for Lin Feng, who had condensed the heart of origin, there was no longer any obstruction. His body spontaneously absorbed the fire elements in the air, as if he was drinking water. It was easy and comfortable. 40,000 meters, 50,000 meters. Lin Feng's speed gradually increased, and his eyes lit up. In this dark cave, they were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, flickering and moving. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. It's a kind of fluctuation that comes from the heart. Lin Feng was even more curious as he thought to himself. Just what kind of amazing treasure did this divine beast, the phoenix, leave behind for him to be so excited and have a feeling of being connected to the heart of origin? Rebirth from the ashes? Phew! Lin Feng exhaled deeply. When he thought of what his father had said, it was even more difficult to understand. He had never even seen the 5 top bloodlines, let alone a divine beast that was far beyond the category of magical beasts. They were not on the same level at all. I'll know when the time comes. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. He sped up again and sped forward. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. This kind of feeling, whether it was the Aurora, All, or the dragon-killing spear, was something he had never felt before. 70,000 meters. 80,000 meters. The temperature had risen to a rather terrifying level. Even though Lin Feng had the heart of origin, he still felt a heavy burden and pressure. It was just like breathing the air on a normal day. It did not feel strenuous, but if he was on a mountain peak at an extremely high altitude, breathing would become much more difficult. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his footsteps did not stop at all. The feeling in his heart was extremely strong. Since he had already come here, how could he give up so easily? That was obviously not his personality. 90,000, 94,000, 97,000 step by step, Lin Feng's speed was hindered by the scorching temperature. He had gradually slowed down a lot, but he was still rapidly approaching. Soon, a dazzling red light flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to sprint. 100,000 meters. It's there. Lin Feng made a sudden turn. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Hiss! Lin Feng stood on the cliff and took a deep breath. Looking down, there was a huge sea of red flames. It was as if he was standing on the edge of a huge cliff. Powerful flame energy gushed out, and the depths of the ground seemed to be burning. The intense temperature in the entire cave came from this sea of fire. It was an endless ocean. It was extremely large and wide, at least hundreds of thousands of meters long and wide. It was hard to imagine that there would be such an existence in such a small cave. I almost forgot. In fact, I've already walked down 100,000 meters. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He couldn't feel it when he was running in the cave, but in fact, he wasn't walking forward. Instead, he was walking downwards towards the depths of the ground. What was so strange about having such an existence in such a vast underground world? I've heard of the existence of the Earth's core flame before. It seems like it's true. Lin Feng said softly. Legend has it that the truly powerful flames came from the core of the Earth. The Phoenix's treasure. Lin Feng was moved. Looking down at the sea of fire and feeling the scorching temperature, Lin Feng's eyes were like sharp arrows. Suddenly, his heart was moved. He stared blankly at the red sea of fire. There seemed to be dots of light, as if they were condensing into a huge, demonic beast. It had a pair of wings, a slender neck, and a forked tail like a fish. It was extremely vivid. Is that the phoenix? Lin Feng was indescribably shocked. Looking at the pair of phoenix eyes, although there was no spirit in them, his heart was beating inexplicably. It was extremely intense. What a powerful force. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Although it was just a wisp of an impression, and he had only glanced at it, the throbbing in his heart was terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence this phoenix's true body was. Divine beasts are indeed different. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. This should be the rebirth from the fire that Father spoke of, right? But where is the treasure? Lin Feng exclaimed softly. He couldn't help but look around. However, after looking for a long time, he couldn't find anything that was similar. Lin Feng's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Could it be in this sea of fire? Lin Feng thought in his heart. He also felt that it was very possible. The light spots of the phoenix's shadow were purely outside the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there must be a secret. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng thought to himself. However, the skilled were bold. In an instant, Lin Feng jumped down lightly. The feeling of control followed him like a shadow. Lin Feng controlled his body to slowly descend. This abyss was much deeper than he imagined. The heart of Sparrow moved. As he got closer and closer to the sea of fire, the heart of Origin beat more and more violently. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Oh my God! Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This sea of fire. Lin Feng looked at it in disbelief and muttered, "It's actually an illusion. Eyes could deceive people." The huge sea of fire was simply a ball of light and shadow. It seemed to be reflected by the huge phoenix's shadow. Lin Feng finally understood. But it raised a new question. If this sea of fire was an illusion, then where did this scorching temperature come from? In an instant, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the light spots. It was as if he had drawn an image of the phoenix. In an instant, Lin Feng understood. He understood very clearly. So it's them, Lin Feng thought to himself. The bright, resplendent spots of light emitted a fiery red aura. They were like stars hanging in the night sky, covering the sky densely. Even if he looked at it from a close distance, he could still only see tiny and invisible light spots. However, it was the spreading light that made him feel that it was relatively big. In fact, the light spots were not even 1,000th the size of a rice grain treasure. Could it be that this is the treasure? Lin Feng was stunned on the spot. He was shocked in his heart. He felt a strong sense of dependence in his heart. It was as if the heart of origin had returned to its mother's embrace. There was a sense of fusion of bloodlines. His body moved in an instant. "Ha!" Lin Feng landed lightly. His bright eyes stared at one of the light spots and touched it gently. In an instant, bang, there was a loud sound. It was as if the heavenly thunder had triggered the earth fire. Wind and thunder intertwined. The entire phoenix light spots emitted a bright luster. The light spot that Lin Feng touched shone with a strong energy aura. Lin Feng only felt that the heart of origin was crazily releasing energy. At the same time, an extremely powerful energy aura rushed into his body in horror. There was a loud bang. What's going on? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. His body suddenly changed. Potion City, Deputy City Lord Mansion. It's about to start, right? Lin Xiaodian looked out the window and said softly, "Fenger, I have never done anything for you since you were young." This time, Lin Xiaodian smiled indifferently and said slowly, "Although your talent is not as good as Yun Er's, your willpower and temperament can allow you to walk a brand new path on the path of a warrior. Some talents are innate, but some talents can be changed." Lin Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a bright luster. "I can't do much for you. It's your own luck to have this opportunity." Soul, body, and heart of origin. He had all three. City in the sky. East District, Tianwu Army's territory. My God, it's exactly the same. Zhupidi's eyes were wide open. Standing beside the green dragon was a woman as beautiful as a painting. She did not wear any makeup, but she was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Wasn't that Ziyao? How is it possible? Zhupidi was so shocked that he was speechless. This shape-shifting bead was obtained by the commander by accident that day, although it may not be of much use in a real battle. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of the green dragon's mouth. In some aspects, it is more terrifying than any kind of spiritual treasure. The form-changing pearl can not only perfectly replicate the appearance, but also the aura and strength. The green dragon smiled casually. Of course, the strength is fake. Even so, it was already extremely shocking, passing off the fake as the real thing. Ha ha ha. Zhupidi laughed loudly. He looked at Ziyao and clenched his right fist. Even I can't see any flaws, so Lin Feng definitely can't. Coupled with your plan, it's simply flawless and flawless. Then I wish you success, Marshal. The green dragon smiled and cupped his hands. Don't worry. Zhupidi smiled coldly and was full of confidence. This time, Lin Feng is dead for sure. In a hot cave. At this moment, Lin Feng was in an abyss of suffering. Oh my God. Lin Feng was extremely shocked, but he couldn't move at all. An extremely powerful force wrapped around him, as if a restriction had been triggered. Light spots gathered from all directions, each of them filled with extremely shocking energy. The light spots kept pouring in and intertwining with the heart of origin. In an instant, the light in his body shone brightly. This energy is too terrifying. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. At this moment, the intense energy in his body was constantly expanding, and the heart of origin was beating violently like a heart. That tiny light spot seemed to have life energy as it floated in his body. A powerful life energy leaked out, bringing with it a true power of fire, fusing with every cell and every inch of his skin. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid, and his expression was extremely shocked. My body. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The rapid transformation caused the energy in his body to continuously increase. It was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light spots seemed to be working hard, and the heart of origin was also unwilling to be left out. The intertwining energy gathered into a new existence that kept spreading. As more and more light spots poured in, the transformation of his body became faster and faster. As for the periphery of the heart of origin, it was slowly, it was actually penetrated by this layer of fiery red light spots. The tiny light spots did not seem to occupy any space as they directly merged into the heart of origin. With subtle changes that could be seen, they slowly changed the composition of the heart of origin and the change in energy intensity. Bit by bit, it kept changing. Third update. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Yen. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 284. The bloodline of a divine beast was far from what ordinary humans could bear. Even a little bit of energy with the aura of life was enough to destroy Lin Feng's body. But this was not a living object. Just like the black skeleton that he had absorbed in the dragon's tomb that day, it was just a remnant of energy. His body and cells were changing. The heart of origin was constantly changing. His dantian, which had almost reached saturation, seemed much heavier at this time. Powerful energy was densely packed, and the crazy influx of light spots made the originally crowded dantian even more impenetrable. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with passion. Because of my body's strength, the condensation of the heart of origin directly reached the peak of level 7, and now it's going to break through again. It was the second breakthrough in a row. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and he was extremely happy. Every time he broke through, his strength would definitely improve tremendously. Every level is a qualitative change. How powerful will the primordial fire be when the heart of origin transforms again and unleashes the ability of the fire of destruction? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, looking forward to it. Coupled with the strengthened Qilin fire centipede and the power of the origin fire, his primordial fire attacks were no longer useless. The heart of origin contracted and expanded violently. The energy of the fiery red light spots burst out with powerful energy, seeping into every inch of his skin and strengthening every cell in his body. It was as if countless pieces of sand and stones were seeping into a container full of stones, and then countless pieces of water were seeping into it. Slowly, it filled his dantian step by step, until the limit. Sizzle, his dantian was gradually saturated. Every inch of his skin was glowing with a fiery red luster. The cells that had just been baptized by the origin fire were undergoing a unique metamorphosis. A strange energy with a faint fiery red luster was changing the basic composition of every cell. It was a brand new transformation. It was an evolution of life level. The treasure that Father spoke of is indeed extraordinary. The light spots left behind by the phoenix's rebirth from fire have extremely strong flame energy. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, feeling the improvement of his strength, and his heart jumped with joy. These fiery red dots of light possessed great power. Boom! His body felt like it was about to explode. The rapidly expanding origin core instantly radiated light as it expanded wildly. In the blink of an eye, it reached the pinnacle. An astonishing aura of energy filled every corner of his dantian. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in an instant, and his heartbeat sped up. Just as his power reached its peak, his body suddenly changed, and a huge black hole appeared out of nowhere. It was horrifying. A monstrous suction force crazily squeezed everything, and in an instant, collapse. Bang! His heart trembled violently. Lin Feng's eyes widened, but he wasn't surprised. He had already experienced this process more than once. In an instant, outside his body, the fiery red dots of light with great power surged into his body again. Upon closer inspection, the fiery red ball of light contained a bit of energy, as if it was being assimilated or fused with. The feeling was very strange, but the energy it contained was shocking. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. In his mind, a huge divine beast phoenix spread its wings and soared, and its clear cry went straight into his ears. Its noble aura and condescending expression seemed to despise everything. This was the existence standing at the peak of magical beasts. Boom! His mind was clear. In an instant, the light spots that were originally densely covering his body seemed to be subjected to a great suction force, and the speed of their influx increased to the limit. They entered his dantian crazily, and under the supreme pressure of heaven and earth, the light spots slowly condensed and condensed again. They actually formed the shape of a phoenix in a bizarre way. Puffy flames burst out, just like the phantom flames he saw just now. It was completely, exactly the same. Oh my god, the origin core? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Under the powerful impact, his origin core was wrapped in flames, emitting a powerful and scorching aura. At this time, with the complete change of the origin core, Lin Feng's head exploded. A lot of information seemed to have inexplicably appeared, and it was also as if memory fragments were awakened. It was so similar to the awakening of abilities. Devouring fire? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a bright light. His destructive fire had actually mutated into engulfing fire, and his origin core had even turned into the phantom of the divine beast Phoenix. All the changes came too quickly, and this wasn't all. My body has become so strong. Lin Feng clenched his fists and felt a surging aura of power. His cells were full of vitality, as if they had infinite vitality. After the strengthening, his skin had completely changed. It was flexible and elastic, and his defense had greatly improved. All this while his weakest link had been following the continuous advancement of his origin core. Finally, there was a complete transformation. Engulfing fire? Lin Feng muttered softly in his mind. A luster flickered between his brows, and a flame suddenly gathered in his hands. Buzz! The bright red light flickered with a proud luster. Although there was only a small cluster, Lin Feng could completely feel the power of the flame. In the red light, there was a demonic blue aura of the primordial fire. It was completely condensed and filled with explosive power. And the flickering light, it had the power of engulfing. It was a feeling of being able to engulf everything. Compared to the destructive fire, its power was even more astonishing. A black mist crystal appeared in his right hand in an instant. Whoosh! The engulfing fire rose violently. Sizzle! It instantly burned and turned into nothingness. Lin Feng suddenly froze and trembled in horror. The power condensed by this small flame was extremely astonishing. The black mist crystal, which even the strongest attack of the aurora all couldn't destroy, was actually engulfed until not even dregs were left. Its destructive power was terrifying. The engulfing fire relies on engulfing to improve. Lin Feng muttered softly, but immediately revealed a trace of confusion. Engulfing? Engulfing what? With some curiosity in his heart, Lin Feng didn't know why. The information in his mind was limited to this and nothing else. I'll go back and ask Father. He should know. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. I've spent another 2 hours. There's less than a quarter of an hour left before the next wave of beast army attacks. Lin Feng thought secretly, but he didn't panic. Since the purple ring didn't react, it meant that the Sky Marshal continent was safe and sound. He had enough time to prepare. I wonder how strong my flame is now. Lin Feng laughed lightly. The Qilin Fire centipede in his left hand roared, and a strong life force surged. The dragon's whiskers were powerful. Lin Feng's left hand tightened, and his eyes lit up. I'll know after I try it. With that thought, Lin Feng instantly soared into the sky. So, his body broke through the air, creating a gust of wind. The feeling of control was incomparably clear. The valiant strength of his body burst forth at an astonishing speed. So fast. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His body soared twice in a row. He was completely reborn. Like an arrow piercing through the air, Lin Feng quickly flew away and disappeared without a trace in an instant. 100,000 meters? It was just a moment. Wah! Outside the scorching cave, a figure suddenly appeared. Arrogant and confident. Floating in the air leisurely, breathing in the fresh and free air, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. The feeling of a new body was too great. Huh! Lin Feng laughed out loud. The weakest part of his body had finally been fixed. Like a bucket with uneven wooden planks, the shortest plank had been fixed. There was no limit to the increase of his strength. The body was the foundation of everything. It feels so clear. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His body seemed to be in a gentle sea of spirit qi. He could clearly feel every bit of spirit qi in the air. That feeling was as if he had entered a clear stream from a murky river. Especially fire element. Lin Feng moved incomparably. A flame appeared in his left hand with a loud bang. With a strong origin flame, it caused the surrounding fire elements to gather. Like a leader, the power of the flame in his hand increased to the limit. The sensitivity of the origin flame has increased by more than 10 times. Lin Feng was shocked. Not only the sensitivity of the origin flame, even the control of the origin flame has increased by a lot. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He played with the flame in his hand, easily changing it into various shapes. At this moment, the intensity of the flame was still increasing. Ha! A shocking fireball was formed. Rise! Lin Feng shouted. He controlled it according to his will. The fireball instantly soared into the sky. The power of this fireball condensed from the devouring flame was far beyond his original control. But now, it was as if it was a part of his body. He could control it freely. Whoosh! Flying at high speed, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The fireball drew a huge arc in the air, breaking through the air. The air seemed to have been burned into nothingness. A horrifying sound entered his ears. In a split second, the fireball suddenly stopped. The feeling of control is great. Lin Feng was unable to contain his joy. Compared to the sensitivity of the origin flame, the improvement of the control of the origin flame was the most important and the most fundamental. If he couldn't control the fireball, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. At this level of battle, it was almost impossible to defeat the enemy with a fireball attack in a straight line. A real firefighter must have extraordinary control skills. Smiling slightly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists. Chi! The fireball was extremely fast. It turned into a ray of light, like a meteor falling from the sky, and crashed into the huge mountain range in the distance. In a split second, boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. A dazzling red light illuminated the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The original location of the huge mountain range had turned into nothingness. Earth-shattering. Let's go. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Rising into the sky, the urgent fire shuttle appeared under his feet. Lin Feng disappeared in a split second. First update, I'm a little late. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 285. At the border of Sky Martial Continent. It was not too far from the Lin family village. This was the place where the beast riot started. That day, the commander led the martial gods here to fight against the beast horde. They fought until the sky turned dark. Although it was already in ruins, the smell of blood still lingered in the air after a few days. After a few days and nights of fighting, corpses were everywhere. How could the smell disappear so easily? A meteor streaked across the sky. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, but it stopped abruptly. Floating in the air, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he looked around suspiciously. Strange, there seemed to be an aura fluctuation just now. Lin Feng frowned as he released his mind's eye to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his heart shook. Lin Feng felt an extremely familiar energy fluctuation, and his expression was extremely strange. Ziyao, Lin Feng asked curiously, why is Ziyao here? Oh, right. Ziyao must be afraid that I won't be able to make it back in time. So she informed me immediately. Lin Feng smiled and immediately rushed towards the direction of his mind's eye. But why isn't Ziyao with refined puppet? The thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Feng did not think too much about it. With Lin Feng's speed, he arrived in the blink of an eye. Right in front, Lin Feng muttered, his eyes shining. Looking from afar, he looked forward to seeing the purple figure. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed. Looking over, he saw an incomparably familiar figure lying in a pool of blood in the distance. Lin Feng's eyes widened, his heart almost stopped beating. His body trembled violently. Looking at the horrifying scene, he almost fell from the sky. Ziyao, hysterically shouting, Lin Feng's face was extremely distorted. His speed, in an instant, increased to the extreme. The urgent fire shuttle streaked across a red light. At this time, Lin Feng couldn't see anything else, nor could he feel anything. Time seemed to have stopped. The only thing left in the world was the beautiful red figure lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were filled with a thick, bloody light. Lin Feng seemed to have gone crazy. He had completely forgotten about the existence of the purple plum blossom ring. But at a time like this, how many people could remain calm? Humans are humans because they have the most sincere feelings, regardless of whether it was the front or the negative. He took the bait. Zhu Pidi, who was hiding at the side, revealed a sinister smile. He had waited for a long time and had set up for a long time. It was all for this moment. The Green Dragon's plan is indeed flawless. This Lin Feng is really an affectionate person. Zhu Pidi laughed wildly in his heart. Seeing his meticulous plan come to fruition, thinking that he would soon be able to replace Lin Feng, that feeling was incomparably carefree. Lin Feng, today is the day you die. A bright light appeared in Zhu Pidi's hand. His aura was completely concealed, making him look like a venomous snake hiding in a dark corner. His eyes were dripping with cold light. He quietly opened his bloody mouth and spat out his sinister tongue. Wah! His body seemed to have teleported. Lin Feng instantly appeared beside Ziyao. His eyes were filled with endless blood vessels. Ziyao! His voice was hoarse, and his emotions were fluctuating intensely. His left hand was about to flip the purple figure over. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes caught sight of the purple plum blossom ring, and his heart trembled. Not good. Lin Feng had just started to think, but it was too late. Whoosh! A golden light with a sharp aura descended from the sky. It was as fast as lightning, and it instantly appeared. It was a long rope that flickered with a golden luster. As if it had a life of its own, it instantly bound Lin Feng. Dragon snaring lasso. Zhu Pidi's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hands and controlled it according to his will. With a whoosh, he pulled it towards the two ends. It was tightly bound. At this moment, Ziyao in front of him quickly flipped over like a corpse. A dagger that flashed with a black light appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it towards Lin Feng's lower abdomen. The attack was extremely fast, and the angle was extremely tricky. It was just at the moment when the dragon snaring lasso unleashed its power. The timing was perfect at such a close distance. No matter how fast Lin Feng's reaction was, it couldn't compare to the speed and fierceness of this sudden attack. Die! Zhu Pidi's eyes were extremely cold. With the star-piercing dagger and the refined venomous dragon liquid, even the strongest giant dragon will die, let alone a mere human. Zhu Pidi was very confident. In terms of physical strength, a dragon of the same level was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than a human. Even a dragon couldn't withstand it, let alone a mere Lin Feng. If he wasn't confident, how would he dare to plan this assassination? Dragon snaring lasso, star-piercing dagger, refined venomous dragon liquid. The commander's family was quite rich. Chi! The star-piercing dagger pierced through. The black poison instantly spread, and a sharp pain spread from Lin Feng's lower abdomen to his entire body. In an instant, Lin Feng's expression changed. It wasn't fear or terror, but it was relief. Ziao is fine. Lin Feng's heart completely calmed down at this moment. To him, Ziyao's importance was unquestionable. She was already on the same level as his family. For her, he could do anything. As for a sneak attack, childish. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, the assassin's face was filled with shock. The star-piercing dagger had pierced the surface of his skin, but it couldn't go any further. It was as if he had stabbed into an impenetrable wall. An extremely strong aura instantly enveloped him, and fear from the bottom of his heart rushed to the top of his head. It was as if he was the prey. Devouring fire. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. With a thought, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into a man of fire in an instant. His heart of origin went berserk, and the devouring fire gathered on every inch of his skin. A terrifying aura spread throughout his body and instantly devoured the dragon's snaring lasso. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He could sense that the devouring fire's aura seemed to have strengthened a little. However, this wasn't the time to think about it. After devouring the dragon's snaring lasso, the terrifying fire continued to devour the star-piercing dagger almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured. Heavens! Zhu Padi's expression changed instantly, and he was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that not only would his flawless plan fail to kill Lin Feng, but it would also be easily resolved by him. What kind of fire is that? Zhu Padi was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he finally understood how weak he was. The inconspicuous Lin Feng before him definitely possessed strength that he couldn't reach. His body trembled violently as he watched Lin Feng grab the assassin. Zhu Padi didn't dare to delay for even half a second and ran away like a madman. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked coldly. A lonely aura enveloped the purple figure in front of him, and Lin Feng's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. "How dare you impersonate Ziyao to assassinate me? This is unforgivable." However, black liquid seeped out of the assassin's mouth. Before Lin Feng could question him, he had already taken his own life by consuming poison. If he failed, he would die trying. Any assassin knew what the consequences of failure were. Rather than being tortured to death, it was better to just end his own life. How mysterious. Lin Feng looked at the purple figure as it gradually turned into an unfamiliar face. Light flickered on the figure's body as it slowly changed shape. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. At this moment, in front of the figure's chest, a white brilliance flickered. "Is this it?" Lin Feng reached out his hand and took it out. It was a milky white bead that emitted a bright brilliance. Obviously, this assassin used this disguise to disguise himself as Ziyao. He can even imitate the aura. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Just now, he was almost scared half to death. Looking at the person he loved the most lying in a pool of blood, her life or death unknown, that kind of heart-piercing feeling was too unbearable. Bang! Flames rose. Lin Feng waved his hand and instantly burned the assassin to ashes. His eyes were cold. Not enough to vent his hatred. It's a good thing that my body has improved by 2 whole levels. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he looked at the pierced wound. At this time, it had already healed, and there wasn't even the slightest scar. The treasure of the divine beast phoenix is really magical. Not only did it mutate my heart of origin, but even my body was strengthened to such an extent. Compared to the dagger, the intense black venom was more lethal. At this time, he could still see the black light flashing on his lower abdomen. The intense venom was crazily destroying the cells in his body, but the speed of his body's recovery was even more terrifying. The regeneration ability of the cells was extremely strong, and the recovery ability of the skin was far beyond that of a human. The speed of the venom's corrosion couldn't compare to the speed of his body's regeneration. Tisk. Lin Feng felt extremely satisfied. This stark contrast allowed him to clearly understand how strong his current body was. It was simply abnormal. With a thought, bang, a devouring fire rose in his body. In an instant, the black venom was completely devoured. I didn't expect that at this juncture, someone would still have ideas about me. Lin Feng frowned deeply, his eyes shining with a cold light. He clearly knew how important he was to the Sky Martial Continent, but he still carried out the assassination. Scum, Lin Feng scolded. Just for his own selfish desires, he would rather let hundreds of millions of humans fall into a difficult situation. Who is it that has such a deep hatred for me? Lin Feng's eyes were sharp, and a figure appeared in his mind. The memories of the past surfaced in his mind, and that ferocious face was still fresh in his mind. Is it you, Qian? Lin Feng's expression was cold. I didn't find you to settle the score, but you're unwilling to be left out? Lin Feng sneered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened. No, the one who used that rope just now was someone else. Lin Feng exclaimed. The assassin who was killed by him was completely focused on the assassination. How could he be distracted? There must be an accomplice waiting for an opportunity to ambush him. Very good, it's all effortless. Lin Feng's mouth curled up coldly. The urgent fire shuttle appeared, and Lin Feng jumped on it. Chapter 286. Why? The mind's eye spread out like a spider web. Stepping on the urgent fire shuttle, Lin Feng's eyes were like an unsheathed saber. Cold light shot out. Carefully sensing every inch of movement around him, Lin Feng suddenly realized that with the strengthening of his body, especially after the integration of the light left by the phoenix, not only was his perception of the air much clearer, his mind's eye was also the same. Even the slightest movement could be clearly discerned. No aura. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but immediately felt relieved. That's right, if it was so easy to discover, I would have sensed it just now. Even if he lost control of his emotions, he was still paying attention to his surroundings and was not careless. If there were other auras, they would not be able to escape his senses. Obviously, a spirit treasure with a similar function as the fog concealing talisman. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. Having used the fog concealing talisman, he was very clear that if he stood still, it would be very hard to discover him. But if he moved, there would definitely be a slight energy fluctuation. No matter how deeply he hid, if he carefully sensed, there would definitely be a flaw, unless the difference in strength between the two was extremely large. Over there, Lin Feng quickly found it. Both his life spirit and human spirit had reached the 5th level. How could Zhu Pidi predict the strength of Lin Feng's sensing ability? Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng's lips curved coldly, and his body immediately shot out. So, in a split second, he disappeared without a trace. Zhu Pidi was already scared out of his wits. He desperately fled, not even daring to look back, afraid that the terrifying fiend would catch up. But what should happen will happen. If Zhu Pidi was a bit stronger, or if his flying treasure was a bit better, maybe he would have already escaped from Lin Feng's mind's eye's range. But he was only a first-level sky martial artist. The difference in strength between him and Lin Feng was not just a little bit. Boom! Behind him came a shocking sound of breaking air. Zhu Pidi was scared out of his wits. He had still caught up. Zhu Pidi tightly clenched his teeth. Now that things had developed to this point, he had no choice but to go all out. Clenching his teeth, his body was instantly donned in a layer of huge black armor. A rectangular box in his right hand opened with a schwa sound. The mechanism was activated, and a sharp cold light shot out. There were a total of 88 strands. Chi! Screech! They flew straight at Lin Feng like 88 vipers, hissing and roaring. Is it useful? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Those 88 specially made silver needles were indeed fast, but how could his reaction speed be the same as before? Times have changed. In terms of levels, his current body had even surpassed the 5th level. Engulfing fire. With a stroke of his left hand, Lin Feng stepped onto the urgent fire shuttle without slowing down in the slightest. Suddenly, a huge fiery red light curtain appeared in front of him, and the devouring flames engulfed the 88 silver needles in the blink of an eye. Bam! Not even half of it remained. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already seen the other party. His entire body was wrapped in that pitch-black armor, and the defense was tight, but his face could not be seen clearly. The feeling was incomparably strange, as if a spirit was wearing armor. What a miraculous aura concealing treasure. It can even hide one's own body. Lin Feng exclaimed. His fog-concealing talisman was already not bad, but it was still inferior in comparison. Lin Feng did not know that after ruling the Tianwu continent for 300 years, the commander's wealth was extremely rich. He could even discover the heavenly treasure world, let alone some spiritual treasures. But only death awaits. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. His body was moving at high speed, bringing with it a gust of wind. The engulfing fire in Lin Feng's hand rose again. The terrifying heat frightened Zhu Pidi, and his face turned pale. He raised his hand, and a meteor flew out. In order to save his life, Zhu Pidi had already given up everything. Bzz, the meteor sped forward. Everywhere it passed, the air was burned into powder. The astonishing fire element fluctuation was obviously not an ordinary spiritual treasure. However, engulfing fire, Lin Feng's hand ignited, and the astonishing primordial fire completely exploded. The instant it came into contact with the flaming meteor, the engulfing fire suddenly congealed into an unprecedented malevolence. It was as if a gentle sheep had suddenly turned into a violent tiger, and the flaming meteor was its prey. It was instantly engulfed. See, a strange energy fluctuated in his body, spreading out. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. What a strange feeling. Lin Feng only felt that his body was cool, and his heart of origin seemed to have been nourished. He felt that the energy was quite abundant. So, this is the improvement brought about by engulfing? Lin Feng smiled. Previously, regardless of whether it was the golden rope, the dagger, or the 88 silver needles, he felt as if he had eaten a grain of rice. Although there was food in his stomach, he did not feel hungry or full. But it was different now. The engulfing of the flaming meteor was like swallowing a piece of bread. It was quite generous. Could it be because of the fire? Lin Feng softly muttered in his mind. However, he instantly hid this thought in the bottom of his heart, because at this moment, another cold light appeared. He has a lot of spiritual treasures. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. But was it useful? At this moment, Zhu Pidi was already frightened out of his wits. Not only did his original plan fail, but he also did not expect that even his own existence would be exposed. He could not understand why Lin Feng was so strong. More than a month ago, his strength was clearly on par with mine. Zhu Pidi gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were filled with fear. Lin Feng followed behind him like a demon, making him feel as if he was suffocating, especially that dense flame. Any numinous treasure that came into contact with it, all of them turned into ashes. Although Zhu Pidi felt heartache, he cared more about his own life. In the end, would he end up like those spiritual treasures? Suddenly, an extremely terrifying temperature instantly enveloped his entire body. Zhu Pidi looked back in shock, only to see that the scarlet existence was actually densely packed and completely surrounded him. A terrifying aura burned the entire sky. Unknowingly, that indifferent black figure had already blocked the front. In an instant, it was as if he was in a sea of fire. "You still want to leave?" Lin Feng said solemnly. He looked at the black armored ghost in front of him with a disdainful gaze, looking high and mighty. Once the devouring fire was ignited, he could be turned into nothingness at any time. The true control of life. At this moment, he was the ruler. "No, don't." A terrified voice sounded from the black armor. Lin Feng's eyes could not help but brighten a little. It was a very familiar voice, But it was not Qi Yin. With this thought in his mind, Lin Feng instantly recalled what had happened. At this moment, the figure in the black armor had revealed his true appearance. "It's you?" Lin Feng's eyes were cold and sharp. He completely did not expect that the one who schemed against him was actually little Commander Zhu Pidi. "Zhu Pidi, you dare to assassinate me? You're simply tired of living." An unknown fire rose in Lin Feng's heart as the devouring fire in his hand blazed. Deep malevolence. Wait, Lin Feng. Zhu Pidi's face was filled with terror. "Is there some misunderstanding? Although I don't get along with you, there's no need for me to do such a thing. There must be some twists and turns in this matter. Perhaps, yes, perhaps someone wants to stir up trouble and benefit from it." Lin Feng coldly smiled. "Have you said what you wanted to say?" With an ice-cold expression and shocking killing intent, Lin Feng naturally would not believe that this was false. Zhu Pidi's heart was beating so fast that it seemed as if his chest was about to burst. His eyes revealed deep fear as he hurriedly shook his head. "Really, it really wasn't me." "Lin Feng, do you have evidence?" "Evidence?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as the devouring fire instantly condensed into a fireball. "Do I need evidence to kill you?" However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhu Pidi. Lin Feng waved his left hand, and in an instant, the devouring fire shot out. The lightning-fast speed broke through the wind and attacked. Zhu Pidi was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was already scared out of his wits, but he did not expect Lin Feng to be so ruthless. "No, no!" Zhu Pidi screamed. "I'm the commander's son. Lin Feng, you can't kill me." Almost as if he was roaring, the terrifying fiery red light drew an arc and completely swallowed one side of the huge black armor. The bloody right arm was a sight to behold. Zhu Pidi's heart was still thumping. Just a moment ago, he was just a little bit away from dying without a burial ground. What a terrifying power. If the commander knew that he had a son like you, he would definitely not die in peace. Lin Feng's face was solemn. Thinking of the commander's benevolence and righteousness, for the sake of the humans of the Sky Martial Continent, he gave everything he had and sacrificed himself heroically. Looking at Zhu Pidi's good-for-nothing appearance, Lin Feng felt a wave of sorrow. "I have let father down. It's all my fault." Zhu Pidi cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground. "It's all my fault. Lin Feng, you for my father's sake, give me a way out. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. I beg you." A dignified man kneeled on the ground just like that. In order to survive, Zhu Pidi did indeed give up everything. Even his last bit of self-respect was thrown away, just to drag out an ignoble existence. "Trash," Lin Feng said coldly. Looking at Zhu Pidi, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. If it was someone else, he would have already killed him without mercy. But, facing the commander's only bloodline, he could not do it. No matter what, the commander was a real man worthy of respect. A real man. And he himself was not iron-blooded and heartless. "Who?" Lin Feng exhaled deeply and shook his head. In the end, he owed the commander a favor. If the commander had not risked his life to fend off the beast horde, perhaps the entire Sky Martial Continent would have been destroyed before he could return. His family and Ziyao would not have been able to survive. "Listen up, Zhu Pidi," Lin Feng said solemnly. "Today, for the sake of the commander, I will spare your life, just this once." "But," Lin Feng paused, then said coldly, "immediately leave the Sky Martial Army. You are not worthy of inheriting the commander's mantle. Scram as far as you can, and don't let me see you again, or else kill without mercy." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 287. Looking at Zhu Pidi's fleeing figure, Lin Feng's eyes kept changing. To kill him, with his own strength, it would be easy. But forget it. Lin Feng sighed softly. No matter how bad Zhu Pidi was, he was still the commander's only son. My heart softened. Lin Feng shook his head, revealing a helpless smile. He really could not do it. Even if being kind was a sin, even if he knew that it might nurture a traitor, he still owed the commander and had to repay it. Even if Jupiter felt indignant and came to him for revenge, there was nothing he could do. After all, the commander's affection towards him, towards the entire sky martial continent, it was too big. Only this once, Jupiter. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I will give you this chance. I hope that you'll be a good person in the future if you seek your own death again. Don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng's face froze as he muttered. His strength had long since left Jupiter in the dust. Even if he used any more tricks, he still had absolute confidence. This was confidence. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were just illusions. The beast riot is about to start again. Lin Feng thought. His body lightly leaped and landed on the urgent fire shuttle. Let's test how strong the devouring fire is. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lin Feng immediately turned into a shooting star and flew up. Just now, it was just a small test. In the 4 great imperial cities, people were all gathered in the streets and alleys. In front of the huge sky screen, a huge battle was being shown, a battle of 1 against 100 million. Facing the endless sea of beasts, the crazy beast army, Lin Feng was like a god of war floating in the sky, protecting the entire sky martial continent. Everyone held their breaths, staring at the human hero, their hearts filled with hope. With Lin Feng, there was no need to worry. The sky was already clear, no longer covered with dark clouds. The darkness had passed. The bright sky seemed to indicate that sky martial continent would have a new beginning. And at this moment, boom! Following a cluster of flames that soared into the sky, the battle had begun. Silver light shone brightly, covering the sky. 8 directional annihilation. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and surged. 8 intense energy converged and formed an intense light shadow. The 2 diamond-shaped colors intersected with each other, and the light and shadow were concentrated. In an instant, they were cut into pieces of vacuum cyclones. Intense energy gathered, and power erupted with a loud bang. Pung! Earth-shattering. The silver halo that covered hundreds of thousands of meters was extremely powerful. Any demonic beast below the Emperor realm would have no chance of surviving. In terms of pure attack power, it wasn't even comparable to the 3rd form, but the octagonal annihilation was Lin Feng's main method of attack against the rampaging beasts. A true AoE attack. Boom, boom, boom. After continuously using the 8 directional annihilation, huge holes quickly appeared in the beast horde. In a split second, Lin Feng aimed at the most powerful existence in the horde, the 5-kilometer-tall dragon. The shadow abyss crocodile dragon. A cluster of red flames appeared. The bright red light contained a deep, bewitching blue. Although it was only a small cluster, its power was more condensed and concentrated. Bang! The burning flames instantly converged into a fireball. Rise! Lin Feng moved, and the engulfing fireball immediately flew into the air. His eyes were shining brightly. With a thought, the fireball rushed forward. Like a fiery meteor falling from the sky, only a red light could be seen. In an instant, the blazing sound tore through the ringing in their ears. Roar! The shadow abyss crocodile dragon roared as if it felt a strong sense of danger. Its huge body wanted to dodge. However, how could it dodge? Go! Lin Feng's eyes focused. He pulled with his left hand as if there was an invisible string controlling it. The engulfing fireball instantly drew a beautiful arc and blasted the side of the shadow abyss crocodile dragon at an incredible angle. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge. Pump! In the shadow abyss crocodile dragon's roar, the fireball hit its huge body. The small fireball was as inconspicuous as a mustard seed. But in an instant, the shadow abyss crocodile dragon let out a hysterical roar. Boom! 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 Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, shocking flames crazily emerged from the shadow abyss crocodile dragon's body. It It was like a spark that was ignited. The terrifying explosion spread like billions of carnivorous ants crawling on the shadow abyss crocodile dragon's body. Crazy engulfing. In the blink of an eye, like a cloud of fire exploding. The shadow abyss crocodile dragon's voice suddenly stopped. Its huge body disappeared without a trace. Not a single trace of its existence was left. Even its Niden was completely engulfed. Such a terrifying attack power. All the demonic beasts were stunned. All the humans were equally shocked. The people in the 4 great royal cities all had their mouths wide open. They were so shocked that they were like wooden chickens. Using the silver light to kill a dragon was already shocking enough. But now, Lin Feng was actually able to kill a dragon just by using flames. It was simply amazing. In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but recall the first time they saw Lin Feng in the sky. At that time, he used the primordial fire in his hand to create his legend. And now, the legend reappeared. Pung, like thunder. In an instant, the entire sky martial continent was in an uproar. The stronger Lin Feng's strength was, the more shocking it was, the more excited the people were. Cheers and cheers were endless. Everyone sang the hero's song in unison. They revered him from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing their hero easily slaughter the magical beasts, all of the people had smiles on their faces, feeling extremely proud. So what if the beast riot was? We have the hero Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He sensed that the engulfing fire had increased by another point. Not much. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but his face was full of joy. This engulfing fire seemed to be able to increase its strength no matter what it devoured. It didn't reject anything. Although the shadow abyss crocodile dragon didn't increase its strength by much, just how many demonic beasts were there in the beast riot? Hundreds of millions. No matter how small the increase was, it couldn't withstand the huge amount. Lin Feng clenched his fist. His eyes were shining. The engulfing fire in his hand rose again. In an instant, he aimed at another emperor-level demonic beast. Go! With a thought, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The fireball once again exploded with a powerful force. The sound of the fireball rumbled unceasingly. His strength was fully displayed. 2 hours later, the flame in his hand disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground. His eyes were shining. Another 12 hours of peace. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Looking at his hands, he couldn't help but shake his head and murmur, "The engulfing fire is powerful, but the attack range is too small." However, the effect of devouring ordinary king-level demonic beasts and even the leader of the demonic beasts wasn't that great. Lin Feng clenched his fist. This time, after devouring 6 emperor-level demonic beasts and a third-stage shadow abyss crocodile dragon. The strength of the engulfing fire had increased by almost 1%. Although the increase was small, he was already very satisfied. With 2 batches of demonic beasts every day, in other words, the engulfing fire could increase by 2%. In 50 days, it could increase by 1-fold. And this, just based on the current strength of the demonic beasts. As time passed, the strength of the demonic beast army would increase by 10% or even more in a day. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Just like the black mist demonic dragon's inner core, the difference between each grade was huge. The engulfing fire is enough to become my new trump card, and as it increases in strength, its strength can be further increased. If it is combined with the power of the dragon killing spear, its attack power can be maximized. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He was very confident. Unlike the puppet black skeleton, the engulfing fire was a power that he could truly control. It could increase in strength as his strength increased. On the other hand, the black skeleton was just an inanimate object with a fixed strength. But for now, and for a long time to come, the black skeleton was still his strongest trump card. The Tianwu continent was shaken again. This was shocking news. The Tianwu army had officially changed hands. In the future, Thunderbolt will replace the junior commander and become the new marshal of the Tianwu army. Lin Feng's voice rang out in the sky. The four great imperial cities were all silent. No one had any objections. No one had any objections. Because this was Lin Feng's command. At this moment, Lin Feng's prestige had reached the peak of the Tianwu continent, and he was revered by everyone. I will carry out the commander's final wishes and inherit the traditions of the Tianwu army. I will use my blood and flesh to form the strongest line of defense to protect the Tianwu continent. Thunderbolt's voice was like a bell. The Tianwu army's soldiers all followed his lead. Accepting the command was unexpectedly easy. In truth, Zhupati was not very popular in the Tianwu army. He had led the Tianwu army for 300 years, and his iron-willed spirit had been imprinted in the Tianwu army. It was not something that could be changed in a short period of time. As for Thunderbolt, his willpower was the closest to the commander's. Adding on the fact that he was the Tianwu army's left marshal, he had many connections. After Zhupati disappeared, Thunderbolt naturally took over. Of course, the person who contributed the most was Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, why don't you take over the Tianwu army yourself? Indigo asked curiously. Is there a need? Lin Feng chuckled. Managing a faction was no laughing matter. At this critical juncture, he did not have that much time. Idiot, with Lin Feng's current prestige, would he care about a mere Tianwu army? Yu Xiao chided. Indigo scratched his head. Thinking about it, it made sense. With Lin Feng's current prestige, no one in the Tianwu continent could compare to him, let alone a mere Tianwu army, even if his heart trembled and Indigo's eyes lit up. Lin Feng, do you plan on unifying the four great factions and unifying the Tianwu continent? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. Lin Feng, brothers, let's vote for him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 288. Unify the Sky Martial Continent? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Do you think it's very difficult? Everyone looked at each other, and then suddenly smiled. Indeed, was it difficult? With Lin Feng's current strength and prestige, as well as his firm control over the show and Sky Martial Army, as long as Lin Feng was willing, he could unify the Sky Martial Continent at any time. Now is not the time. Lin Feng shook his head. No matter what, the four great powers of the Sky Martial Continent have been separated for a long time. Perhaps he could easily unify them with tyrannical means, but it was inevitable that some people would feel unsatisfied. At this critical juncture where the beast horde was rampaging, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even if he unified the Sky Martial Continent, other than gaining some fame, what benefits would there be? All right, let's forget about this matter after hearing it. Ziyao smiled. Lin Feng looked over, their eyes met and nodded. The one who understood him the most was Ziyao. I called everyone here today because we, the show, have something to announce. Lin Feng purposely added the word show. Looking around, everyone present was an elite of the show, including the show masters, Lan, Yu, Bing Shuang, Ao Ran, as well as the new martial gods like the Lu Wan and Han Ziling. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Lin Feng. Although the current show was controlled by Ziyao, everyone knew that Lin Feng had the most authority. Furthermore, with Ziyao and Lin Feng's relationship, was there a big difference? Lin Feng looked at Ziyao and nodded. I have discussed with Ziyao, and we plan to activate the elite plan again. Everyone revealed a surprised expression. When the various great powers activated the elite plan, it was all to resist the beast horde rampage and increase the strength of the human race. The effect was very obvious, but the consumption was also very high. Using the show as an example, most of the ancient civilization's machinery had run out of energy, and this was something that could not be made up for. Ziyao smiled. We have bought a lot of the ancient civilization's machinery that had run out of energy from the other great powers. Azure couldn't help but wonder, Xiao, why are you buying those scrap metals? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Indeed, no matter how effective it was, without energy, it was just a pile of scrap metal. A bright light suddenly shot out from Prison's eyes as he exclaimed, "Could it be? Yes, we have enough energy." Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say too much. This was the most common energy source that he could buy for a few years in the Arcade Palace by spending 10,000 starlight points. It was completely effortless for him to obtain it. "Oh my God!" the jailer exclaimed. Everyone was extremely shocked by Lin Feng's extraordinary ability. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he could take out so many heavenly treasured crystals and stalactites, what was a mere bit of energy? Expand the scope of recruitment. Change the training base mode. I want Hunt to produce countless titled martial gods in half a year. Lin Feng's voice was very calm, but it was incomparably intimidating. No one doubted his words. This was because Lin Feng did have the ability to do so. "Lin Feng, you're going to..." Azura said in shock. "Idiot, you were quite smart just now, but now you don't understand?" Prison laughed. Immediately, Azura reacted and let out a long "oh" sound. When Prison said this, everyone came to a realization. They looked at Lin Feng and Xiao and understood the meaning behind it. After going around in a big circle, it turned out that Lin Feng's destination was still there. "I'm back, father," Lin Feng called out softly. Fused, Lin Xiaoyan's expression was calm and indifferent. Lin Feng nodded. "Father, is this the treasure you mentioned?" "Yes, this is a drop of blood from the phoenix, or rather a part of its body," Lin Xiaotian said. "A phoenix that is reborn from the flames will burn its body and be reborn in the raging flames. No matter how serious its injuries are, it will be able to recover, and its strength will be stronger than before. You can think of it as a process of transformation." Transformation. Lin Feng was deep in thought. It was as if he had absorbed a drop of blood from a divine beast. No wonder his body would undergo a transformation. The phoenix has two special flames. "Feng, which one did you inherit?" Lin Xiaotian asked. "The devouring fire." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh." Lin Xiaotian nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that the phoenix seems to have determined that you are mainly killing, so it inherited the devouring fire and not the fire of life. Perhaps it has something to do with the inner core of the black mist dragon that you absorbed." "Fire of life?" Lin Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. "He was mainly killing?" "Father, is there a big difference between the two flames?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Each has its advantages and disadvantages. There is no difference in strength." Lin Xiaotian replied softly. "They are both top-notch special flames. It's just that the devouring fire is mainly destroying, while the fire of rebirth is mainly regenerating. They're like two opposite extremes." "Oh my God, can the divine beast phoenix merge at the same time?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded. "Divine beasts are different from us humans." Lin Xiaotian shook his head and said, "Most humans can only master one of the special flames. However, divine beasts are born from the creation of heaven and earth. Their bodies are heaven and earth, containing everything." TSK. Lin Feng felt envious. Compared to humans, divine beasts were blessed by heaven. Looking at Lin Feng's expression, Lin Xiaotian could not help but laugh. "Don't be too greedy, Feng. Although the devouring fire you inherited is not complete, the devouring fire is still a top-notch special flame. Even if it's only 1/10 or 1/100th of its power, it's still incomparable to other special flames." "So, it's not complete?" Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, what he absorbed was only a drop of phoenix blood. Lin Xiaotian said slowly, "Although the power of your devouring fire is still a certain distance away from the real one, its essence is the same. It also has a strong devouring property and can increase its strength through devouring. It's more suitable for you than the fire of rebirth." "Father, What can I devour to increase my strength quickly? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Fire. Anything related to fire can increase the strength of the devouring fire. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can devour it. Lin Xiaotian said softly. The strength of the devouring fire is still relatively fast in the early stages, especially in the first 10 stages. Every 10 stages is a leap. With your strength, Feng, as long as you reach the 10th stage, you won't have to fear the beast riot anymore. The 10th stage? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. What his father said must be true. In other words, once his devouring fire reached the 10th stage, even if he did not use the black skeleton, he could easily suppress the beast riot. That's true. Father definitely did not expect me to have such a fortuitous encounter in the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley. Lin Feng pondered and suddenly smiled. It turned out that his father had already secretly arranged everything for him. Even if he did not enter the heavenly treasure world that day and just cultivated in the Qianwu continent, he could still resist the beast riot. However, what's mine will always be mine. Lin Feng clenched his fist and suddenly asked curiously, Father, is the devouring fire the strongest flame? Lin Xiaotian shook his head and said indifferently, The path of a warrior is endless. Who dares to call themselves the strongest? After a slight pause, Lin Xiaotian said casually, However, one day, if you can raise the devouring fire to the 80th stage, you will be invincible in the Douling world. 80th stage? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, who knows how long he would have to wait. Lin Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and if you can raise it to the legendary 100th stage in the Douling world, you will be a Sage King. Sage King. The voice went straight into his ears. Lin Feng's heart thumped wildly. His blood was boiling, deep in the wilderness. At this moment, there was an intense battle going on. On one side, there was a magical beast covered in flame-like fur. On the other side, there was a humanoid existence. It was a tall and sturdy man covered in scales, with a huge dragon tail and horns. Obviously, it was the same as Lienya, a dragon that had reached the 3rd stage of transformation. Its 10-meter-tall body was unusually agile. Its hands were filled with strong lightning, and its eyes were bright. Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King. The little monster was completely at a disadvantage. Compared to other magical beasts, its small body was bloated and cumbersome in front of the Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King. Its desperate attacks were easily dodged, but the Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King did not gain the upper hand. It frowned. Its attacks could not break the defense at all. The little monster's defense was astonishingly strong. Bang! A huge fireball shot out, but the Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King easily dodged it. Both fists covered in lightning blasted towards the little monster. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud sound. Both sides retreated at the same time. The Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King's fists were numb. Its expression became more dignified. The little monster was angered by the beating. Even if the beating did not hurt, it was like scratching an itch. But it was humiliating, and it was being used as a punching bag. How could it endure? How could it? The hysterical anger caused the little monster to completely explode. The fierce flame mark on its forehead suddenly lit up, shining with incomparable light. As if something in its mind had been enlightened, the little monster's eyes suddenly trembled, and it suddenly opened its mouth. In an instant, a huge suction force came out of its mouth, like a huge black hole. The Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King, who was close at hand, could not dodge. Looking terrified, the Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King tried to resist. But what? A flash of light. Suddenly, the Gold Platinum Thunder Dragon King was swallowed into the little monster's stomach. Roar, roar, roar. The little monster roared crazily, and its bones suddenly expanded, emitting a GG sound. The squirming in its stomach instantly turned into waves of energy that densely covered its whole body. The little monster's body expanded again, and the color of its flame-colored fur gradually deepened, and its face was full of ferocity. The innate talent of the Celestial Dog Clan, celestial dog, swallows, the sun. Yesterday, I had a terrible headache. Today, I'm in trouble. I don't know how many chapters one have to update. Sigh. I'll make up for the second chapter first. I'm going to do my best to write. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 289. As though it had discovered a new continent, the little monster roared at the sky. When it opened its mouth, it was like a huge vortex. A terrifying hurricane swept past, and all the trees and magical beasts around it were devoured by a powerful suction force. Crunch, crunch. The little monster chewed and growled a few times, appearing extremely angry. It did not feel the pleasure of devouring the gold-platinum Thunder Dragon King. As though it understood something, the little monster's eyes lit up. In an instant, it sped away, transforming into a beam of light. Its speed had doubled. It was almost the same as the gold-platinum Thunder Dragon King. The speed of its improvement in a short period of time was simply shocking. The Celestial Hound race was one of the 5 top bloodlines. How could the strength of his talent be comparable to that of an ordinary dragon? Training base, Tranquility Chamber. At this moment, it had long become Lin Feng's personal cultivation ground. One division of power, one division of influence. Back then, Lin Feng could only borrow the Tranquility Chamber. But now, he was blatantly occupying it. Sitting cross-legged, Secrets of Soul in front of him was flipped to the 7th page. Lin Feng's hands changed positions, and his expression was extremely solemn. Paragraphs of text and images appeared in his mind. Lin Feng did his best to execute them again and again, over and over again. Secret Avatar. The advancement of the consciousness avatar. Failure. He kept failing, but Lin Feng was persistent. Back when he was practicing with the spear, Lin Feng had spent years to figure out the realm of one with the spear. What about now? No, the method seems to be correct, but what's wrong? Lin Feng thought to himself. He carefully recalled his repeated failures and the process of learning. His father's words appeared in his mind. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Father said that consciousness avatars are the foundation of secret avatar. I have to completely master the technique of multitasking. Could it be that I'm still not proficient enough in multitasking? Lin Feng was startled for a moment before he reacted. That's right, multitasking. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. I have to raise it from the level of consciousness to the level of instinct. I should still be stuck at the level of consciousness, but... Lin Feng paused for a moment as confusion and thought flashed through his mind. What is the level of instinct? Although he understood a little, Lin Feng had a feeling that he couldn't find a way. It was a field that he had never come into contact with before. Instinct, it should be a very natural feeling, Lin Feng said. Perhaps I've been trying too hard to control the separation of the soul and heart, so I've always failed. You should follow your heart and treat them as complete strangers. There's no other way. The only way is to keep practicing. After letting out a long breath, Lin Feng closed his eyes again. Practice. The only thing he could do was to keep practicing until he succeeded. Day after day passed. During this time, Lin Feng did not forget his duty, which was to quell the beast chaos. After 3 days of continuous practice, the secret doppelganger's performance was almost numb. His body automatically performed it. His entire person fell into a state of confusion, as if his soul was wandering between heaven and earth. After countless failures, Lin Feng finally ushered in his first success. Pa! Pa! His body seemed to explode. The intersection of the 2 souls' hearts caused a gathering of energy. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if his body had turned into 2 halves. The feeling was incomparably strange. Layer upon layer, the 2 bodies seemed to be cut apart. On the same plane of space, they were inexplicably separated. The extreme rotation of the heart of origin formed a bright luster. The dense spiritual energy condensed into a new body that was almost identical to the original body. I understand. Lin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the secret doppelganger must condense the heart of origin. In the end, it turns out that the human body is also a part of heaven and earth. It's the same energy substance. Similar and complementary. The feeling was incomparably clear. The two Lin Feng stood up, looked at him, and couldn't help but smile. It was no longer an energy doppelganger, but a real physical body that could launch attacks on its own. Hum! The engulfing fire instantly rose, and the light was dazzling. Hum, hum! The aurora all hovered in the air, spinning rapidly with astonishing power. Go! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In an instant, the engulfing fire and the aurora all attacked almost at the same time, aiming directly at the two huge green stones in front of him. The extremely violent sound of the air breaking was accompanied by the burning flames. In the blink of an eye, the two green stones were swallowed up. It was equivalent to two Lin Feng attacking at the same time. The power was incomparably shocking. No wonder Dad said that my strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. From one attack point to two attack points, the increase in strength was more than just a few times. If he encountered an opponent of equal strength, the secret doppelganger's performance was equivalent to two of him against one enemy. The advantage was quite obvious. In addition, it was originally a single body control, and the tacit understanding between the two would not be a problem. His strength could be unleashed to the limit. What a terrifying secret doppelganger. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Directly, it increased his own strength by several times. This mystery of souls is indeed incomparably precious. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. He was no longer the ignorant person he was in the past. After traveling in Alcade Hall, he had gained a lot of knowledge. Just based on its value, Mystery of Souls was far superior to other secret manuals. Multitasking, I have yet to fully master it. Lin Feng was very clear. What I should do now is to continuously practice, and practice again. Lin Feng clenched his fist, and his eyes were incomparably bright. Until I completely enter the instinctive level, then I can unleash the true power of the secret doppelganger and display 200% of my strength. The increase in strength was never-ending. In the depths of Sky Marshall Continent, in a remote and broken town, there was no sign of human habitation. Because of the devastation of the magical beasts, humans were concentrated in the four great imperial cities, and the surrounding small towns had long been abandoned. Sizzle, a cluster of green smoke slowly rose. A young man with disheveled hair was currently roasting the meat of a magical beast and eating it in big bites. From time to time, he would drink a few mouthfuls of wine, and his slightly red face had a hint of decadence. That handsome face was somewhat sloppy, and his lifeless eyes were like that of a dead person. Junior Commander, Zhupidi. Ever since he was chased out of the Tianwu army by Lin Feng, he was like a lonely ghost without a place to stay. He wandered around the entire Tianwu continent, living a wandering life. You plan to live like this for the rest of your life? A deep voice sounded in his ear. Zhupidi was startled and suddenly raised his head. A figure shrouded in darkness slowly appeared, and with an air of superiority, his sharp eyes looked straight at Zhupidi. Behind him, a figure with a similarly cold expression caused Zhupidi's expression to change. Green Flood Dragon. Marshal. Green Flood Dragon bowed slightly. You. Zhupidi frowned, as if he understood something. Green Flood Dragon has already joined my assassin alliance. The black figure's eyes flashed with a demonic light, and he smiled. Let me introduce myself, Wu Huang, the Emperor of the Assassin Alliance. How about it? Are you interested in joining my assassin alliance and conspire with me? Zhupidi's eyes flashed with a trace of light, but it disappeared in a flash. Not interested. Zhupidi waved his hand, picked up the wine jug, and drank again. Suddenly, ha ha ha, Wu Huang laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout the town. Zhupidi frowned and said angrily, "What's so funny?" The dignified son of the commander. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Wu Huang snorted coldly and looked at him with disdain. You only lost to Lin Feng once, and you lost your will to fight. What kind of man are you? Zhupidi's expression changed, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Feng's strength penetrated deep into his heart, and when Zhupidi thought of that day's battle, his hair stood on end and his courage shattered. He was like an ant, allowing Lin Feng to trample on him, without any strength to fight back. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Wu Huang's eyes flashed. I am the same as you. I hate Lin Feng to the bone and wish to peel his skin and drink his blood. Zhupidi, if you're still a man, then stand up straight. Don't be like a pile of mud. One day, when Lin Feng is eradicated, my assassin alliance will definitely rule the Sky Martial Continent. His voice entered his ears, and Zhupidi's expression kept changing, and his heart thumped. He was hesitant and timid, but he was filled with unwillingness. Marshal, Qing Jiao seized the opportunity to persuade him. Really, can we really kill Lin Feng? Zhupidi's eyes flashed with deep hatred, his fists clenched, and his handsome face twisted. Yes, if I don't kill Lin Feng, I swear I am not human. Wu Huang's voice was as cold as frost. Clenching his teeth, these words came from the bottom of his heart. How could Qi Yan's hatred for Lin Feng be any less than Zhupidi's? Zhupidi stared at the black figure in front of him, and Lin Feng's figure kept appearing in his mind. The hatred in his heart surged out crazily, and his veins were exposed. He nodded heavily. All right, I believe you. Join the Assassin Alliance, and work together. Ha, good. Wu Huang laughed loudly. With a common enemy, the two of them finally walked together. The goal was very clear: high-grade cultivation space. At the end, on the clouds, a huge white light door stood tall, flickering with an exquisite luster, filled with a mysterious aura. It was as if it was the door to the heavenly realm. After passing through this door, I should be able to cross the 33rd heaven. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. The last Starlight Hall in the Alcade Hall can be opened, and the tempering of the remaining 13 martial gods should also be completed. Solve the mystery. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a burning light. The last time he failed, it was because his strength had not reached the elementary level. But now that he had condensed the Heart of Origin, his body had advanced twice in a row. Whether it was the heavenly god or the heavenly martial artist, he was already a true elementary level. Stretching out his right hand, Lin Feng gently touched the white light door. In an instant, the light was incomparably dazzling. Sadly, I'll try to end this episode today. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 290. Beginner Apprentice Course Passed. Intermediate Apprentice Course Passed. In a split second, a pleasant voice sounded beside his ear. Lin Feng was slightly startled. Martial God Tempering complete. Martial God Wheel activated opening. In a split second, Lin Feng felt a surge of Pang Rant's incomparable power enter his body. His face was filled with shock. The meridians of his right foot instantly lit up. He could clearly see the meridians crisscrossing like the roots of a large tree. They were intricate and complicated. All the small and big meridians were connected together. From top to bottom, 7 red dots flickered with a faint luster. Among them, the Shueli acupoint was the most dazzling. It was as dazzling as a star as it crazily absorbed the powerful energy. In a split second, like an explosion, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He saw that the Shueli acupoint's color had already turned orange. The other 6 dots flickered with a faint red color. Among them, the red dot closest to the Shueli acupoint was much brighter than the others. The difference in energy was different from each other. Oh my God, what's going on? Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. Martial Godwill. A voice appeared in his mind. Lin Feng's heart started to beat faster. He faintly seemed to understand something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. That strange feeling filled his heart. Lin Feng's breathing became hurried. Although he didn't know what was going on with his right foot, there was one thing he was certain of. There were hundreds of advantages and no disadvantages. The power of my right foot is constantly increasing. Lin Feng felt happy. The activation of the martial god seems to be related to the martial god tempering. Maybe it's a reward? After pondering for a while, Lin Feng instantly understood a lot. The mutation continued, combing his meridians, strengthening, expanding, and increasing the energy of each of his cells. Bit by bit, it was slowly transforming. As he sensed the changes in his body brought about by the martial god's wheel, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was well aware of the explosive power of the acupoints. That instantaneous explosive power was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Coupled with the deceleration space and the black fog, it was always successful. Not to mention anything else, just the advancement of the blood separation acupoint. He had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention that the martial god's wheel was obviously not that simple. A single blood flight acupoint possessed such an effect. So what about the other 6 acupoints? Very good. Lin Feng was very satisfied. His strength continued to increase. Another upgrade, until the powerful energy of heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the meridians in his right foot were all clear, as if they had been modified. Although he couldn't detect the real change for the time being, Lin Feng was certain that he had been reborn. Phew! Lin Feng let out a light breath. Suddenly, where is this? Lin Feng was curious. Looking around, he was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness, as if he was in a mysterious space. Just as he was wondering, a voice sounded in his ears again. The hero wheel has been activated. The tempering of the martial god has ended. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The martial god's will just now was indeed closely related to the tempering of the martial god. The mechanical sound seemed to be testing something, emitting the sound of magnetic poles. Lin Feng was curious, and the strange sound appeared again. Heavenly Warrior, Heavenly God, 5th level beginner star, Advanced Apprentice Exam, entering the 7 stars trial field. Aptitude evaluation in progress. A series of information entered his mind, and Lin Feng felt a little confused. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if he had triggered some mechanism. His expression changed slightly, and Lin Feng felt nervous, but also a little expectant. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Aptitude evaluation? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. According to his father, his aptitude should be considered very ordinary in the Douling world, right? The wait was very long. Lin Feng felt as if he was transparent. In the void, there was a pair of eyes peeping at him, and there were no more secrets in his body. A strange energy filled his body, bringing a warm current, like a rippling spring. Heavenly Soul Master Aptitude, Grade 6 Low. War God Aptitude, Grade 5 Middle. Heavenly Soul Master Aptitude, Grade 3 High. Martial God Aptitude, Grade 2 Low. A series of mechanical sounds were read out, and Lin Feng was stunned. Although he didn't understand what it meant, but my martial god aptitude is the highest? This thought just appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and suddenly a clear ding sound rang in his ears. It was like the sound of nature coming from the distant sky, clear and natural, and his soul seemed to be shaken. He suddenly woke up. The evaluation is over. You meet the criteria of an inheritor. Do you accept the inheritor test? Lin Feng was stunned. Inheritor? What is an inheritor? What's going on? Lin Feng's head suddenly became twice as big. He had just finished the martial god tempering and activated the martial god's wheel. He didn't even have half a minute to rest, and another inheritor test appeared out of nowhere. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Accept. His voice was filled with determination. Lin Feng quickly made a decision. Block soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? Ding! A clear sound rang out. In an instant, an aurora flashed in front of him, and a bright light shone. The white light immediately disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the surrounding scenery changed. It was as if he had returned to the sky martial continent, to that familiar place. Father, mother, Ziyao? Lin Feng was startled. Looking at those familiar faces, a strange feeling arose in his heart. They were like a part of his body, an indispensable existence in his life. However, is this an illusion? Lin Feng was shocked. In an instant, he reacted. It was as if he was in a strange space. His body trembled, as if he had entered a very similar body. The feeling was very similar, but it lacked a bit of freedom. It was like the difference between a small bucket and a big bucket. Is it me? Is it not me? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. It was as if two different levels of him had merged. His eyes became clear. As if he had become himself, or as if possession. This term appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and he suddenly understood. He clenched his hands into fists, and a burst of power suddenly exploded. Such a strong power! Lin Feng's eyes sunk. The soul heart spun rapidly, bringing about a surge of heaven and earth energy. Lin Feng's mouth was wide open in shock. Whether it was the human soul heart or the life spirit heart, it seemed to have reached an extreme point. It was like a basin full of water that was about to overflow. Beginner star, level 7. Lin Feng was shocked. With a thought, the engulfing fire in his hand suddenly appeared, and he spat out his tongue ferociously. Compared to when he used it, the energy intensity was more than a few times stronger. Bang! The dragon-slaying spear was thrust out, bringing with it a faint red glow. Lin Feng trembled slightly, and a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before came over him. It was as if he and the spear had become an inseparable whole. The feeling from the heart filled his body with wonderful power. The unity of man and spear had reached the perfect state. Is this me? Lin Feng was a little confused. The body in front of him was like a perfect, evolved version of himself. No matter in which aspect, it was stronger than his current self. Yes, a test. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He recalled what the mysterious voice had said to him. This was the test of the inheritor. But what was the test? No matter what, I have to get used to my current body first, Lin Feng thought to himself. Since there was no movement, he had to be prepared first. No matter what happened, he would have the ability to deal with it. He had to unleash his full strength, a full day and night. The test of the inheritor this time seemed to have given Lin Feng plenty of time to prepare. After all, it was his own body. Lin Feng quickly got used to it. Although he could not unleash 100% of his strength, it was easy for him to unleash 90% of his strength. Gradually, after waiting for so long, the test finally began. Boom! Rumble! Heaven and earth were roaring, and the roaring sound was earth-shattering. There were violent dragon roars and rough breathing sounds in his ears. Lin Feng looked coldly in front of him. The vast army of beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. There were beasts that galloped on the ground and flew in the sky. The entire sky was filled with dragons, and the army of beasts was like a swarm of locusts. This scene was so familiar. The beasts are rioting. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He did not expect the test of the inheritor to be like this. What is the test? Is it to defeat the army of beasts? Lin Feng thought to himself, but his movements were not slow at all. His hands changed instantly. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a cold light, and a burst of energy suddenly exploded. Secret clone, his body was split into two, and his instinctive control was already as smooth as a shadow. A bright silver light suddenly appeared and spun rapidly. Another bright red light bloomed, and its aura was ferocious. Lin Feng was ready to fight when he saw the beasts coming at him from all directions. And at this moment, that familiar voice sounded in his mind. It was calm and light, but it made Lin Feng feel incomparably shocked. The test mission is to survive the attack of the beasts. Survive? Not defeat the beasts. Lin Feng widened his eyes in shock. Patian City, Deputy City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was staring at the window, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The feeling is getting clearer. It should not be an illusion. Lin Xiaotian's gaze kept changing, and he shook his head lightly. There seems to be an uninvited guest in Tianwu continent. This time, Feng is in trouble. Lin Xiaotian sighed after pondering for a while. Perhaps this calamity was much more difficult than he had expected. So the efficiency is so slow. I'm speechless. I can't finish it. I will continue tomorrow. I don't believe in bad luck. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.